guest of honor comes in, we can just officially start. But I hope we have fun. We're looking forward to having so many activities. We'll be having trainings. It's a 3-in-1. We'll have legal trainings. Our theme for this event is embracing emerging technologies. So we'll share the program. We've organized a number of workshops for all of you. We've organized training with our partner Wild in terms of social media presence, just taking advantage of those social media tools and how, as business people, we can ensure that we have presence there. So it's not just for lawyers, even for you as business people, please make a point of participating in the training facilitated by Wild, because I'm sure you'll get to learn a thing or two, or even more than a thing or two, 3, 4, many things in terms of your business. So on behalf of the ICT IP committee of the Nairobi branch, we welcome you here, and I think let's just give it a few minutes. We find out where our guest of honor is, and then we should start shortly. So feel karibuni sana. You can feel free, grab some coffee as we wait to start.
My brother, I know fi calculate.
Once again, good morning. For those of us serving tea, kindly just make it quick. If you could also make it a bit quiet so that we settle down and start off. So I believe we are all excited to be here. This is the Legal Tech and Innovation Week. We are having this event from yesterday, the 28th, I believe. 27th, and it's going to be all the way until Wednesday. Unfortunately, we had to cut it short because of Maandamano Thursday. We might not know what the political situation will look on Thursday, so we had to cut it short, and we'll have it until Thursday. So we're really excited to have you here. We welcome you for this event, and we want to go straight into the opening remarks. So if you'll allow me, for the people serving tea, please make it quick and then we settle down. We want to go into the opening address. So this morning, I have the honor of inviting the chair of the LSK Nairobi branch, Ms. Helen Namisi, to come and give us some remarks. So, Madam, karibu sana.
Our chief guest, Honorable Lady Justice Diana Kavetsa, Faith Moni Odhiambo, Vice President of LSK, council members of the Nairobi branch present, our guests, our partners, our sponsors, good morning. My name is Helen Namisi. I am the chair of LSK Nairobi branch. And I'd like to welcome you to the second edition of the Legal Tech and Innovation Week 2023. This event first happened a couple of years ago, but unfortunately because of COVID, and we know how things went with that, so we had to take a hiatus in 2020 and 2021, and then now we are back. So we are holding it this time, and we are really excited to have all of you here. So the Legal Tech and Innovation Week basically is an opportunity for us to have a look around at the innovations and technology that can assist lawyers in discharging their duties to clients. We know very well that our clients are now more tech savvy, so the lawyers have to catch up with the clients, and we have to understand, you know, when a client comes to you and talks about blockchain technology and all those other things, AI, you have to understand what your client is talking about. So for us as lawyers, it's very important, and we've also seen the importance of technology when it comes to even how efficient we discharge our duties in our offices, our operations. We've seen the benefits even in the judiciary, all the systems that are being digitized, we can see that. And so we are very, very happy to be able to host all of you, particularly the exhibitors and the trainers, that we'll be able to see just how this technology can help us as advocates and how, the synergy between technology and the legal profession. So having said that, I want to quickly just say thank you to all our sponsors. We have the Communications Authority of Kenya, Kingdom Bank, the Kenya Film Commission, Infinite Solutions, Gikera and Vadgama, and Zana, as well as Wild, who have come on board to be able to take our members through some training on digital business for lawyers. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the team behind this week. I can assure you it has been quite a journey for them, a task putting it together, led by Council Member Josephine, who was speaking to you earlier. Josephine, makofi kwa Josephine. And of course, we have a team behind her that she will introduce, as well as our secretariat staff over there who have been instrumental in putting this together. Before I conclude, I would like to acknowledge the presence of council members of the Nairobi branch who are present today. If I may ask you to stand, please, so that the members can see who you are. So we have Josephine Oyombe right there. We have Stephen Bugwa, and we have Victor Mulindi. There will be other council members joining us in the course of this week. So please take this opportunity. If you are an exhibitor, teach us what you do. If you are a participant like me, let's learn. Some of us are old dogs, but hey, we have to learn. So let's learn what there is to be taught. And let's make this week as fruitful and productive as possible, so that even though yesterday we had a pre-launch because of the situation and did it virtually, that the next 3 days we'd be able to catch up and say we maximized on this week. So ladies and gentlemen, karibuni. Welcome to the Nairobi Branch Legal Tech and Innovation Week 2023. And I wish you a very productive, technologically advanced week. Asante.
Thank you, Chair Helena Misi, for that beautiful introduction. So allow me to I'll just call upon a series of people to give some opening remarks. So at this point, I'd like to call just a few council members from the branch, the people present, to make a few remarks before we go to the next people. So we'll start with Steve.
Good morning. It's always sometimes you lack words when you're speaking after your chair has spoken, but I just want to say we are very happy. I'm Stephen Bogo Wanjiro. I represent you in the branch from Kiambu County, and I can say that it's a good initiative that we come together. We appreciate that technology is here with us as a known fact, and we have to adopt to it. Either you have to chip into it before you are kicked out of it. So if you look at even a year ago, we never used to serve proceedings using WhatsApp. Now we are doing it, so that shows we're heading in a different direction. So I can say that we're going to have to interact so much. You're very much welcome. Feel free to interact with all the departments that are sharing technological advances. And we learn a lot as members, advocates, court users, and all the stakeholders involved. God bless you and have a beautiful, wonderful, as Chair said, technologically advanced week.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Something interesting happened at the office the other day. So we usually have an office phone, which we serve guys with, like we have filed documents, or we have a demand letter, we serve it to the various, the people we are about to sue. So one of them received the document. Of course, it had the PDF document, and then down there it was written, please consider this as proper service under rule something of the, of the Procedure Act. Then the guy was like, shame on you. Please serve us with physical documents. And then we were just laughing, because they have actually confirmed that they've received the document, at the end of the day. So, so we cannot avoid technology. Technology is part and parcel of our life today, because without technology, we are not able to move, we are not able to do our work. The questions that we should be asking as lawyers today, are we able to work from anywhere? Do we have an account of what we have been doing? Are we able to look at the various progresses that we have done? And I love that our partners are here today to help us think ahead. Because one of the things that we have really struggled as lawyers is to get away from our files. It is so hard to separate the lawyer from his file. Forget any other physical file, But I hope our guests today, Infinite, Businesscom, Kingdom Bank, will help us think ahead in terms of how can we get to a level where we can work from anywhere and be able to advance technologically as practitioners. So thank you so much for coming. I am sure we will learn a lot and we will be able to help our practice grow. Because if we avoid technology, we are not going to grow to the next level. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Victor. Thank you so much, Steve. Those are council members at the LSK Nairobi branch. Now we go to the next person who will give us a few remarks at this launch. So we have Lucy and Jerry from Wild International. Yeah, so karibu sana.
The LSK Nairobi Chair, Madam Helen, Council Member Josephine, and you all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. That sounds much better. At least they have given you a cup of tea, cup of coffee. Thank you very much for the invitation that you have given Wild International. Before I proceed, I'd like just to have my colleagues wave. Alex and Veronica, thank you. They're the ones who will be taking you through the digital training that I'll just mention briefly just before I end. I will not take long. One of the things that Wild International represents here is entrepreneurship. What we are is an unmatched entrepreneurship and strategy consultant. We take care of business. And at the end of the day, business means bottom line. Whether you are running your own legal practice, whatsoever aspect of law that you're dealing with, at the end of the day, it has to make business sense. That means money in your pocket at the end of the day. Isn't that right? But how do you get there? Now, to begin a business means you have started on a premise or an assumption that there is a problem, there is a need that certain people out there who are your clients are in need of. And somehow you happen to have the skill, the expertise to be able to provide that. So with that assumption, like every other assumption, it has to be tested. And one way to test is through one question, or two or three questions we usually ask. But one question you begin to ask is, what is the problem? And for whom are you solving the problem? What is the problem, and for whom are you solving the problem? Now, I ask people who may have the same skill, and maybe when you begin your practice, you think that you may be solving the same problems. Absolutely not. There is a way to differentiate yourself from one person to the other. So therefore, then the focus shifts. So it's not about you and your expertise. That is when it comes to business. It is not about your connection, so to say, with the product or the service. It is always about the client. It is always about that person out there that you're solving the problem for. It is about the solution that you are offering, because it is from the solution that you're able to build your business, and you're able to have a sustainable business. It is how you're able to meet the customer problem, therefore, that you're able to figure out how do you bundle up your service, or how do you unbundle so that you can provide the right solution. This is what we call a business model in those many words. And that business model is what will differentiate you from one lawyer to the next, from one practice to the next. And so I ask you these three questions. Anytime you want to begin your business, you could be here, but maybe you do have a side hustle. So you always ask yourself the first question that I asked, that was actually two in one. One, what is the problem that you're solving? Two, for whom are you solving the problem for? And three, do you have a minimum viable product to get you started? The third part is to say, what we have been taught in business school is that you have to have a full-fledged business plan before you begin. What they don't teach you in the business school, which you all have attended, is that that will be too late. By the time you come and solve the problem you think you had identified, someone else has already been solving it on your behalf, and of course, making the money. So for as long as you have a minimum viable product, you're good to go. And what you do is you keep iterating at the end of the day. And that is where World International comes in. So we will work with you to be able to figure out how do you answer these 3 questions, and therefore, how do you scale your business? One way to scale your business as I end is to make sure you do have a digital footprint. The speaker just before did mention that lawyers, you're moving into technology. Certain terms that you didn't have before, like legal technology, are becoming common use. But what does that mean to have a digital footprint? What does that mean for your clients to be able to reach you digitally? What does that mean for you to be able to respond promptly, but with the right service, with the right solution, with the right focus as pertains to their need? That is where the training will be coming hereafter to be able to help you. How do you map out your presence? How do you communicate to various clients? Different clients are found on different social platforms. How do you respond to each one of them? And I don't know whether it's still there that certain services may not be advertised, but there's a different way to be able to make yourself known even with that restriction. So thank you very much for having World International with us, and we look forward to be able to impact on you. What are those digital skills to be able to grow your businesses? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy, for those beautiful remarks. Yeah, and indeed, as lawyers, we need to get some training. We need to understand entrepreneurship. We need to understand issues to deal with the business model. So personally, as an entrepreneur, I'm looking forward to join the training that Wild is going to offer us within these the next 2 days, so that I can get to learn and get to answer those 3 critical questions that have been noted. So allow me at this juncture to invite the LSK Vice President, Ms. Faith Odhiambo. Welcome.
The chief guest, Lady Justice Diana Kavatsa, the Chair Nairobi branch, Helen Namisi, the LSK Nairobi, the LSK Nairobi branch representatives, Josephine, Oyombe, Steve, and Victor. All ladies and gentlemen present. I also want to recognize Ochi Baba. You can wave to the crowd. I think you've just walked in. Good morning, everyone. Today it gives me great honor to be invited for this event, because technology is encompassing what we are and who we are becoming today. I must say, I learned something recently. I'm a teacher of the law, but also I've learned that I learn more sometimes from my own students, and particularly with regards to the changes in the law. And the new thing that I learned is about the metaverse. Today, Facebook, as we know it, has changed its name from Facebook to Meta to try and encompass the changes in which it aims to move towards developing the metaverse. Now, some of us in the competition world would say that's a way that they have used to try and run away from being diversified. Facebook from after Facebook bought Snapchat and also WhatsApp. And I think if some of you followed the proceedings in the US, you're able to see the challenges of also data protection that was raised, and why the government, the Senate as was, wanted to diversify and ensure that Facebook sold various offerings that they had. And they changed into a holding company called Meta, and they aim to build the metaverse. Now, what does the metaverse mean to you? A lot of you, if you have young children, they are better than you in terms of technology. They'll be able to navigate and use your phone better than you will. And today the games that they play bring them to a different kind of reality in the world, where they're able to feel and touch as if they're in that exact place. And that's what the metaverse will soon bring to us. Some of the challenges that we have had over time is creating a physical office. Unfortunately for you, LSK still requires you to have a physical address. So you can partner with others to share a space. We have meta spaces where people are sharing spaces in terms of a physical address, but nothing stops you from creating a whole new world and creating your own digital space and digital office. Today in my office particularly, I have so many files that I've been asking myself what to do with them, files that we have since closed. And instead of getting more space in an office, we're going to scan all those documents and have them in an iCloud somewhere. So whenever your clients come back for information, you'll have it somewhere, but you don't need to physically have those documents. It's a waste of space. It's not adding any value to me after I've already billed for those files. So today the blockchain, as you know it, is becoming the changes that we have to embrace. As much as the government has avoided from dealing in bitcoins, it's now an open discussion that is soon rising. And for us, the question as advocates is how do we find ourselves in these spaces to not only build our law firms to meet the future, but particularly for the younger advocates, here lies your forte, where you can be able to express yourself better, since you're better in the digital world, be able to build your office and also sell and advertise yourself based on the kind of content you put. I attended yesterday's session, and something that I said is quite odious and will be difficult for some of us to do is keep updating content. I don't know how many of you find the energy and the strength to keep updating content. I find it quite overwhelming. But this is I would say, the Safaricom kind of M-Pesa for you as younger advocates, because you're able to get new information, you're able to transmit it into shorter messages and update content that you keep having people coming to your page and space. So you can advertise without actually having to spend any money in advertising. And something that is a challenge is now us developing our own softwares to be able to meet our demands. I laud the Judiciary that they took that bold step to develop their own system and their own platform instead of paying millions of dollars that would be transported to another country. We are building our own developers and we are paying them value for money. And soon that should be the space and the way that we are moving, that we're able to develop our own apps, we're able to develop our own systems that work particularly to the way we put our practice. So with that, I would like to thank the Nairobi branch for having organized these sessions, which are quite an eye-opener. And I also take this opportunity that you may also join me as we welcome the chief guest, Lady Justice Diana Kavetsa. Welcome.
Thank you. We can all be seated. She forgot to tell you that I am at the criminal division, but also chairperson, National Community Service Orders. So one of my roles is to ensure that anyone serving 3 years and below is not in prison. And so I go around the country decongesting the prisons. That is an extra role that I play. So I am here to represent the principal judge, Justice Ogola, who had been invited. So I'll just go to my written remarks. The Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya, Madam Faith Odhiambo, the LSK Nairobi branch chairperson, Madam Helen Namisi, the representatives of the Kiambu branch, as well as Nairobi branch, Steve and Victor, Madam Josephine Oyombe, Sponsors of this event are esteemed members of the Law Society present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At the outset, allow me to most sincerely express my utmost gratitude for the honor that has been bestowed upon me to address you today. As you might be aware, the objective of today's event is to make legal practice in Kenya and the region globally competitive, to promote the protection of intellectual property rights, and to spur innovations. I just forgot to say there are those judges who are very brief, and there are those who are wordy, like myself and Justice Odunga, so brace yourselves. Steve knows I can talk. I have been requested to give highlights about the implementation of information and communication technology in the Kenyan judiciary. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid development of technology has opened up new opportunities that were unthinkable a few years ago. Globally, a number of legal and practical reforms have been introduced to allow for the use and exchange of electronic data and documents. Technology has played a significant role in improving service delivery in the justice sector. Since time immemorial, the Kenyan judiciary has relied on manual and analog systems to conduct its activities. These included inter alia, case file registration, management of the court files, conducting court proceedings, recording of evidence, and cash payments of court fees, fines, and deposits. Numerous complaints by stakeholders over the years have centered around the issues of ineffective and inefficient service delivery. Embracing the use of ICT by the judiciary has not been a walk in the park. In the year 2017, the judiciary commenced the journey of adopting technology as a facilitator and enabler of service delivery through the automation of processes. First of the blocks was the pilot program known as the Electronic Filing and Case Tracking System. After successful piloting, these systems were subsequently rolled out to court stations. The result was that the case tracking system, that is the CTS, and electronic payment deployed to about 134 court stations and electronic filing to 15 courts. Not to be left behind was the activation of the mobile money payment platform, specifically the M-Pesa Pay Bill, which was interlinked with the judiciary bank accounts. These newly adopted twins came with electronically generated e-receipts to replace the manual receipts. To the joy and relief of the court users, especially the advocates, payment of court deposits, fees, and fines could be done at the click of a button on any smartphone. With this expanded use of CTS and electronic systems as facets of ICT, the judiciary has greatly improved the speed and quality of service delivery, both in the courtrooms and in court registries. Concerted and sustained efforts are being made to complete the rollout of the e-filing system to all courts. Our ascent to the highest peaks of Mount Everest in service delivery would be to operate paperless courts. How we long for this accomplishment. Towards this accomplishment, the Chief Justice vision of social transformation through access to justice, that is the STAJ, identifies ICT as a key contributor to service delivery. Some of the key pillars of the STAJ, ladies and gentlemen, that capture and illuminate the steps that the judiciary has taken to implement ICT in its operation include case tracking system. This is a system used by the registry, that is the back office, to track the progress of a case from inception to conclusion. The system is used by judges, judicial officers, and judicial staff. This system has enabled the judiciary to automate all manual processes, such as preparing of course lists, fixing of dates, checking case status, etc. Consequently, incidences of lost or misplaced files have substantially decreased. Since the introduction of the system, the turnaround time in the registry operations has significantly improved. Additionally, the judiciary is able to get timely caseload statistics from all courts across the country at the click of a button. Secondly, the e-filing system. This is an external system accessed by all litigants to initiate a case, file documents to existing cases, check the status of a case, and make payments. Currently, except for the Court of Appeal, the system is deployed to courts in Nairobi only. The judiciary is in the process of rolling out the system to other courts, starting with Mombasa and Kisumu counties. I think it is going to happen next week. I don't know whether, Faith, you have been invited. The system has introduced operational efficiency to law firms in that advocates no longer have to make physical presence with bulky documents to the court registries to file cases. Thirdly, the virtual courts. You might recall that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the then Chief Justice shut down courts for some months to contain the spread of the deadly virus. When the court adopted virtual hearings, there was initial resistance by counsel and litigants who feared loss of fees, but as time has proved, legal fees are earned whether counsel attends physically or virtually because it is all about representation. As we speak, following stakeholder engagement, the judiciary has adopted the use of Microsoft Teams for online court sessions. All courts countrywide have been provided with virtual court services. This result has come a reality with increased budgetary vote to cater for internet service provision. Fourth, virtual registries. These are online sessions that do not require the physical presence of advocates at the registries. Parties simply log into the virtual registries and take dates, make inquiries, and have their concerns addressed. For instance, the Family Division has a virtual customer care link that enables customers to log in and have their queries answered. Electronic payments of court fees, fines, and deposits. This is an online payment platform that has enabled the judiciary to go cashless across the country. Parties make e-payments for various court services and obtain e-receipts. This has substantially eliminated under-assessment and over-assessment of court fees, enhanced collection of revenue, and reduced the period taken to refund cash bail to depositors. Court recording and transcription systems. The system is currently at the pilot stage in 37 courtrooms across the country. When the application of this system succeeds, it will drastically shorten the life cycle of cases in the judicial system and improve access to court proceedings to all court users. Importantly, it will provide accurate verbatim recording of witness testimonies. Ladies and gentlemen, like the children of Israel, the Kenyan judiciary has crossed the Red Sea and will never go back to Egypt. Embracing, that is the manual systems. Embracing ICT has delivered us from bondage of analog systems, and you'll agree with me that the benefits are visible and tangible. Let's look at some of the benefits. Time saving. Prior to embracing ICT, advocates and litigants would spend hours in congested registries due to the slowness of the manual processes. Electronic filing, the judiciary has helped to reduce the time taken to file a case. Cost reduction. Use of virtual courts is very convenient to advocates since quite a number of them have matters in different courts across the country. Virtual courts have therefore enabled advocates to cut on transport costs and other logistical travel costs that would have been incurred in attending physical courts. Printing costs were astronomical in many cases. Correspondingly, through the case tracking system, judges and magistrates are able to handle matters under certificate of urgency even when they are out of their court stations and issue orders and/or directions without requiring the presence of physical files. Previously, physical files had to be transported to judges and judicial officers if, for instance, they were attending a training out of their court stations or during vacation. Improved transparency and corruption reduction. The e-filing system has increased transparency in the justice system and substantially reduced collusion between judiciary, staff, and parties. The case tracking system, on the other hand, has enhanced efficiency in the registries by speeding up processes, hence reducing complaints drastically. For instance, through the CTS, advocates are notified of future events via SMS, shared automatically from the system. Parties are able to know the status of their cases by simply dialing *508#. Judicial officers and judges are able to publish orders, judgments, rulings, and issue directions online, and they are easily accessible by the advocates. Another benefit is timely access to information. Parties can access information about their matters online without hindrance. Physical files may be misplaced or get lost, but with a good backup system like ours, digital information can always be accessed, retrieved, and a skeleton file constructed. There are some drawbacks, however. It is a challenge when an advocate is litigating against an unrepresented party who may not have access to the system due to various reasons. There is also loss of social bonds or human ties. Prior to the advent of ICT, advocates, pupils, and their clients would converge at restaurants after a matter for a cup of tea. It was during such engagement that advocates would make up after a not-so-friendly engagement in court. The current situation is very dramatic in the sense that once parties are through with their court business, each one drops their call and exits the platform, and that is it. Another drawback is lost opportunities for upcoming lawyers. You'll agree with me that sometimes unrepresented parties may be impressed by an advocate's performance in court and may engage the advocate to be their counsel. Absence of physical sessions has, to a certain extent, disadvantaged the upcoming advocates. And then risk of cyber attacks. There have been reports and instances where crooks have spread malicious software, that's malware, and links which have destroyed soft copies of pleadings or even caused computer systems downtime or crashes. This has called for enhanced vigilance and digital literacy amongst legal practitioners. There's also lack of capacity in terms of training and infrastructure. Thank God we have sponsors here who are training the advocates. And then the unpredictable power surges and poor internet connectivity, which disrupts the flow of proceedings and may sometimes lead to unnecessary adjournments. And then lack of virtual court decorum and sound normative culture amongst some people. We have witnessed as judges, colleagues proceeding while driving on the other side, children making noise in the background, some not appropriately dressed, and others not so modest situations. We have also seen others enjoying githeri and a cup of black tea or mahindi choma while proceeding. So then, what ideas that advocates should embrace to be globally competitive? Rapid globalization and unprecedented growth in the movement of goods, services, capital, and people across international borders, along with the rapid technological change that propels it, is perhaps the most significant challenge that the legal professionals are facing currently. It is a fact that the organization and regulation of the legal profession was developed at a time when legal matters used to be confined to a single jurisdiction. The practice of advocates was therefore confined within an exclusive jurisdiction based on local rules only. However, with the advent of ICT, the concept of foreign legal consultant or practitioner has emerged. So let's look at automation. One would be forgiven for thinking, and rightly so, that legal practice involves boring and repetitive tasks such as data collection, data entry, and filing of documents. And that's what Faith has alluded to. But law firms should embrace technology to have some of these tasks automated to save on time, costs, and improve efficiency. Artificial intelligence is the ability of machines to mimic human abilities through learning and automation. In the legal practice, artificial intelligence is likely to transform the legal sector by helping lawyers to collect and analyze data, identify patterns, and predictive modeling. In order to actualize this, law firms should consider hiring employees who are tech-savvy and adaptable to the changing legal landscape. You cannot eat alone. you will need the assistance of the young ones, even if they are not lawyers. This will also improve the quality of legal research. Hybrid and remote working. Law firms should consider setting up legal technological infrastructure such as cloud-based systems to ensure the seamless transition to the new working model. This would enable advocates to access documents from everywhere, collaborate with other advocates remotely, as well as reduce the risk of data loss. I think you stole my presentation, Madam Faith. Use of technology to deliver curated and client-centric services. Thanks to rapid developments in technology, non-lawyers also deliver legal services. You are calling them masqueraders. They just log in to whatever. They can research online. They're very sharp people, and so you are facing stiff competition. Law firms will therefore have to adopt user-friendly and more personalized client-centric services to attract and retain clients in order to ward off competition from other law firms as well as the so-called masqueraders. Cross-border legal practice. Legal practitioners can use technology to tap into the ever-growing international alternative modes of dispute resolution such as international arbitration, mediation, and online dispute resolution. This would definitely be convenient to most of the clients and would increase accessibility to legal services. Advocates can also market their law firms, and that's what Faith has alluded to, through websites and social media, join global online alliances and legal firm directories so as to access the international market. In conclusion, it is important to note that the new breed of clients prefer electronic communication, and so technology can make or break a deal. Thank you and God bless.
Yes, so thank you so much, Lady Justice Diana, for those wonderful remarks. We appreciate that speech. And of course, we've noted the impact of technology in administration of court and our law firms. And of course, we can't wish away that importance. We just have to adopt it and see how we can make our work smooth. So at this point, I think I'd want us to go to the next session of the day because we're running out of time. We're really doing out badly. Apologies, we started late, but we couldn't really help it. So what we'll do, we'll just take a quick 10 minutes break so that we can all gather. People going to the exhibition booths can be released. We'll be able to set up the podium for the workshop we are having, and then the training by Wild will also be set up so all those things can run concurrently. So I invite us for a break. The people who hadn't gotten a chance to have some tea, please feel free. We'll reconvene after some 10 minutes. For our sponsors, maybe we can just give you another round of recognition. We'll be able to give you a chance to talk tomorrow. It's just that we are really, really pressed in time, so unfortunately we can't give you a time to speak. So we recognize our partners. We have some branch partners, so there's Kingdom Bank, who are also the sponsors of this event. We have Communications Authority, we have Businesscom, there's Infinite Solutions, there's Kenya Film Commission, there's Wild International, our training partners, there's Boya Limited, and 2 universities, Riara University and Strathmore. So we really appreciate you as our sponsors. We'll definitely give you time to speak in the course of the event. It's just that we are really, really pressed for time right now. So let's adjourn, have the tea break, and then we'll start off the next session shortly. Oh, I'm sorry, apologies. I'm told we need to do a photo session. So Wendy, will you arrange us where do we do the photo session? we need to do a photo session. We'll do it here at the podium, so we'll invite all of you, our partners, sponsors, and our guests to please come to the podium. We do the group photo, and then we can take the tea break. Yeah, could we please gather at the front? Let's come to the front for the photo. courts. We are at the ceremonial hall. There's an ongoing exhibition at the Milimani Law Courts parking, and we also have an ongoing training on digital business presence that is in boardroom 143. So if you're interested in joining us physically, please feel free, you're welcome to join us at Milimani. We're going to the next session, which is the first workshop of the day, and the topic that we are going to be discussing is on AI in law and transforming legal business. So with us today, we have some two great gentlemen. We have the moderator, who is Kennedy. So I think I'll give him the mic so that he can do the necessary introduction, and then he'll introduce us to our panel. So you'll just allow me to do that, and then we can proceed with this session. We're looking at AI in law. So Kennedy, karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Si tukaribia hapa kidogo, ndio tusishout sana. Tukaribia tu hapa. Pardon? No, yeah, sawa. Thank you. My name is Kennedy Mutua Muchuku. I know in the program it reads another person, so I had to step in for the other person. And I will be moderating this session. I will also be giving a few pointers where I have to give. And that is all. Maswali ni zake si zangu. Sawa sawa? Introduce yourself.
My name is Harrison Tuje. I'm Chief Data Officer for Legal Tech Kenya Limited, and I'm happy to be here. We'll be addressing artificial intelligence, its implications in the legal profession, and how we can all benefit from this revolutionary technology. I'm happy to have this session where we can interact. I'm happy to take any questions, make any clarifications, and overall just make everyone understand how they can benefit and be part of the revolution that is artificial intelligence.
Is it working? So, I know all of you guys are asking yourselves, what is this thing that we call artificial intelligence? So at the back of my head, I'll take you through a very simple and short historical journey, because I know history is a bit boring to everyone, but I'll give it a shot. I think for the readers of poetry and history and Shakespeare, there's that phrase he uses in Hamlet, where he talks about, I think he's speaking to some guy called Horatio, and he's saying, there are so many things on heavens and earth as compared to your imagination and your philosophy. Simply saying that human mind is limited and we have to keep on expanding our scope. So in 1939, there was a movie called The Wizard of Oz, right? That's where we had, we first saw the first elements of artificial intelligence. And then you have this kiddo called Alan Turing. He's coming from the World War. He realizes, he's asking himself, why can't we program machines to think like human beings? And that is where the conversation about AI started. And we come all the way to the 50s and the 70s. It's a lot of machine learning, a lot of processing. Guys at MIT are doing a lot of data analysis. They're trying to see how machines can behave like humans. And then something happens in 1997. There's a chess player, world chess player that I'm cusp of. He's beaten by a machine. And everyone realizes, oh my God, this is the future. And then we move on, and we gotten here. We have ChatGPT 3, 4. I hear in Japan they had a board of directors where one of the directors proposed was a machine. We also had an incident where the House of Lords, a machine wanted to address the House of Lords. So that is a brief history of artificial intelligence. So tell us, hii kitu inaitwa AI ni nini? Tubrikie kama wakili wa kawaida.
Okay, so artificial intelligence is, as we've explained, is trying to get a computer to act, learn, and just basically mimic human behavior. So what artificial intelligence aims to do through machine learning as one of its core components is that we have a machine that in the event that you had a wall and you are required to interact with this machine, and you did not know that on the other side of the wall you could not differentiate if it was a human being or a machine. That's what we call the Turing test, developed by Alan Turing. So if you could not differentiate that this is a machine, I'm talking to a machine or I'm talking to a human being, then we've achieved artificial intelligence. Now, where we are at right now is we have artificial intelligence that is highly specialized. The goal for every computer scientist, every tech person is to achieve something called AGI, that is artificial general intelligence, where this artificial intelligence basically can do anything that a human can do. Right now, it's very limited in terms of scope. You can train a model to do language processing. You can train a model to do computer vision. You can train a model to do any kind of specific task, but it has to be specific. So the vision of artificial intelligence is to have a super intelligence, something that is capable of processing or completely mimicking human behavior, not just by conversation, but also by action. So once we are able to achieve this, then we'll say we've reached a point where artificial intelligence is AGI, like general intelligence. Now, how does this affect the legal profession? AI has great potential in terms of just improving. I'd put it simply as having a genius best friend, where you do not have to remember every, as human beings, we have our own limitations in terms of trying to remember everything, trying to put together ideas because the whole aspect of creativity is based on having to put two ideas together. And you're able to do this with artificial intelligence that has been fed like a large corpus of text. So it has this knowledge base that is so extensive, and we've reached a place where it can contextualize and put two ideas together and give you an output. So that is what we are working on. And for you as lawyers, what would come out of this is having a co-pilot and AI tools that would make your whole profession efficient, easier in terms of being able to discharge your duties and offer services to your clients. So, yeah.
Sasa nikuulize. We have Uchi Baba. Previously, he used to do his practice, you wake up, every day you have to go to court, right? COVID ikakuja. COVID tells us, because of a few things, we have to mitigate some of these things. So how do we do it? We move to virtual courts, right? While we are still on these virtual courts, we have someone called ChatGPT. He's developed. He goes to American Bar School. He passes his exams. So, Ochi anajiuliza, do I have to scale down my staff? What happens to some of these things that can be, yes, can be computerized? Do I have to scale down my staff? And if I do, what are some of the implications? Am I losing, what am I losing, what am I gaining? And even as I'm looking at that, at some point, since I'm the one who's making the decisions, itafika mahali pia mimi niambie, pia wewe, go home. What are some of the implications that you are facing today?
Yeah. So I'll try and explain it with the benefit of retrospect. We look at every technological revolution where automation was introduced as a factor of production, where, for example, if people were sewing, using their hands to sew, the introduction of the sewing machine was revolutionary. So there were people who felt like this technology will render them redundant. And we've had this happening over and over again, whether it's through the Industrial Revolution, the Agrarian Revolution, where automation has become an important part of doing business. Now, for you as a lawyer, we are getting to a point where we are able to automate a lot of the things. So if you run a legal practice and you have someone whose job is to, a clerk whose job is to maybe just scan or keep files in order for you, I do not think that you will require as many clerks. So what automation would do for you, the overheads for running a legal firm would be that much less, because now you have the benefit of automation. Now, in terms of what that means for the legal clerks, it means an upskilling or a reskilling in terms of getting a skill that is applicable to the current technology. So the clerk can choose to become an audit person, for example, just to a person who validates that the output from the artificial intelligence is actually correct. So you can have someone choosing a different career path. Overall, just like with every technology that's come up, there's always going to be jobs that are going to be rendered redundant, but there's going to be jobs that are created as a result of that technology. For example, did you know that there were people called computers whose work was to do calculations on the trajectory of, for example, rockets from the Earth to the moon? There were people whose job was to sit down and do calculations, and they were called computers. So their job became redundant, quote unquote, when actual computers, electronic computers, were introduced. Does that mean that their skill was no longer valuable? Not at all. In fact, I think most of them either now changed into programmers or a computer programmer and reapplied the same skills. So in the same way, I think we'll have to either reskill or upskill. So when AI becomes ubiquitous, which is slowly happening. We're seeing AI everywhere. Google is now trying to roll out AI in all its product suite. Microsoft is doing the same. So it's going to be general. It's going to be ubiquitous. Everyone is going to have access to AI. So that said, it's upon us now to adapt and reskill for those. Now, for the lawyer specifically, you have the benefit of it still being a very specialized field. So the best, at this point in time, what you're going to have is a co-pilot, an assistant, that's going to help you discharge your duties.
Asante. Now, still stuck on that Ochi story. Ochi has come here, he's done what you say, and then he shifts from a very manual system to a very, everything is in iCloud, the storage is there, very few stuff around. And then, just like what you're doing in the judiciary, we have a platform where we are filing our cases here and there, right? Now, what are some of the implications about data protection around that platform? Because my thinking, Ochi amepewa platform na judiciary. So is the judiciary the controller? Is the judiciary the processor? Or is OG the one? In the event there's a breach, what happens? Who do we go for?
I think now, in terms of data protection, I think ideally there are going to be issues of who is responsible for the data. Consent is going to be a very big part of keeping or retaining or processing or even controlling client data. So in terms of, in the event of a breach, for example, you run a legal firm, you've been hacked, all your data has been exposed. So this is an issue that's been happening across different, there's so many incidences that have been happening. We are required to report incidences of breaches to our clients. So in the event that there's a breach, you're required to let the client know that there's been an incident and that a breach has happened and the level of exposure. Now, before you even onboard this data, there's going to be, and I think everyone has used software where they ask you, have you read the terms and conditions, which nobody actually bothers to read. Just click yes. And part of those terms and conditions is we'll keep your data for such a period of time, whether or not we are allowed to broker your data. I think you've heard of data brokers. So whether we are able to sell this data to third parties, what happens in the event that you need your data to be scrubbed off our systems. So that resides as the responsibility of the data controller. Now, we are also required to have a data protection officer. So what will happen, as you run your legal firms, you're going to have someone whose main role is to ensure data security as part of the job description and data governance. So I believe that's going to be central. We've seen that with the Office of the Data Commissioner, I think. Yeah. So that's going to be central in every startup or tech. Let me say this at the risk of sounding controversial, is that every business is eventually going to be a tech business. So as a result, we'll have to have these controls in place, including a data protection officer or a data officer being in charge of how the data is being used, where the data is. So there's the issue of also where the data is domiciled, things like those. So these are things that will need to be taken into consideration, even in terms of legislating that. So for example, you've mentioned iCloud. iCloud is a third-party provider. If you put your client's data on iCloud and it gets compromised, do we come for you or do we go to Apple? Yeah, so there's also that aspect, and I think there are a few loopholes, or I don't know what's the word when there's no specific legislation.
Lacuna.
A lacuna, yeah. So there are those lacunas that will need to be addressed. Yeah.
So what I'm getting is, and I think Victor gave an example when in the previous session where he talked about serving someone via WhatsApp, right? So what I'm getting from you is we all need to be aware of what you're doing. For example, if I serve you via WhatsApp and you're in the UK and I've shared some very personal information, it means I've exported data to the UK. And there are certain provisions of data protection that I need to adhere to. So it's an area that all of us, these are opportunities that we need to open our minds to and see how we can benefit, and also create more opportunities for ourselves, because if our client doesn't know that and they need to know that, that's where we come in and we make a fee out of it. So what does the future look like? Are we living, when I was a kiddo, we used to have this Terminator series. You remember Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'll be back.
Yeah.
Hasta la vista, baby. I'll be back. So, is that how the future is going to look like? Will you be competing for jobs that were very technical and sophisticated and that required years to read and years to perfectualize with machines? Is that where we are headed?
I'd rather take an optimistic point of view, but it doesn't mean the field of artificial intelligence and robotics are, sort of intertwined. So I think in the future we'll have artificial intelligence running a lot of the things. Automation, especially in manufacturing, I think we've seen less and less people in the production line and more robots. So in terms of like, will there be an apocalypse where the AI wants to rule over the humans? I don't think we've gotten to that point. Why? It goes back to artificial general intelligence. So I don't know if you watched the movie Transcendence.
Yes.
You've watched Transcendence. That's another aspect of AI that we'll probably get into. It's called uploaded intelligence, where you're able to upload human consciousness into a machine. But in terms of us actually getting there to a point where we have artificial intelligence ruling over the humans, we have still, I'll say this, we are 10 years from being 10 years away. So we are still quite far from that. It's not something that we need to worry about right now.
Now, let me bring it now a bit closer home. We have seen an incident in Iran where AI was being used to track down women who are not wearing hijabs. We know what is happening in China, where you have certain members of a certain community being profiled by AI. We've seen the number of cameras in our roads where when something happens, cops always go and look at the footage and start, all that stuff. We are also aware to the element of correction. And now, this is very pertinent because of our judiciary, where we are having so many virtual sessions. And with the issue of deepfakes, what are some of the moral and ethical things that we need to be aware of in this field?
Deepfakes are something that I think we should all be very careful about, especially in this
judiciary,
age,
yes.
especially even in the judiciary. So what we can admit as evidence needs to be, really looked at, because in terms of right now, someone can record my voice as I'm speaking, go and use artificial intelligence model based on my recording to make me say things I haven't said. Same for...
And it's live on CCTV.
It's live. Same for taking photo evidence. Now, our photos, there was a photo that was done for Donald Trump apparently being arrested, and it looked almost real. The only difference that these intelligence models, the AI models are doing, is that they add an additional finger so that you'd know that this is not a real photo. But anyone with that access to that model will be able to have a perfect rendering of something that did not happen at all with your face on it. Now, there's even worse applications of deepfakes when it comes to defamation and slander. So you have your face being put on, there's a whole category of adult content based on deepfakes. So there's gonna be a whole issue also around, ethical issue around using people's images and likeness to do things that they have not done or that have not consented to. So I think that is, something that we'll definitely need to look at as a country, especially now that it's, as I said, AI is becoming ubiquitous. Anyone with a computer can do that. It's not something that is niche anymore, so anyone can do it. So we need to legislate that, to be able to come up with a framework, conceptual framework that is going to deal with what is considered evidence, and before this evidence is even admitted, there has to be like a forensic check. You just don't admit anything as evidence.
Sasa, nataka tumalizie mambo ya AI. What are your parting shots to everyone who's listening online and the good people who've taken the time to be here?
Okay. My parting shots is, let's all be excited for this new technology. As with any tech, there's always going to be issues. There's always going to be cons. You can look at the internet, for example. What that has brought is brought the world together, but it also put extremists online. So let's be excited for AI. Let's try and look at the positive side, see how we can build new things, we can make opportunities and careers that were not there before. And let's engage. AI is as revolutionary as the Windows PC being on your desktop. That was a world changer. So AI is on the same wavelength. Yeah.
Aya, ni hayo sasa. Any questions?
Yes, so we are ready to take questions. Our first question is from Gore.
Oh, I thought I wanted to personally speak. Thank you very much, the speaker. I think that was really eye-opening. And indeed, that is the area where we are going as lawyers. And there are concerns, as my friend was raising with you, about the future. Because even as now, you realize most people are saying we are going digital, but when you want to file your application, you send them to your friend and tell them, "Bwana, turn it into PDF." We have lawyers they don't even know how to turn things into PDF. So it is still far away for us, and most of us will still stick to the hard copies. My question now is about the bias. There's question of bias. Who feeds these things with data? What is their worldview? What are they thinking? I mean, won't there be bias? That is what I wanted to know. The guys who feed data into those artificial intelligence, because it is not happening in the vacuum. There are people who must be feeding it data so that if you ask something, they give you the answer. But is there that question of bias? Thank you.
Any other question? I think I also have one question in terms of integrating AI in practice in our law firm. How can we do this so that it can make our work easier? I know as we launched this particular program, yesterday we looked at some of the softwares we can incorporate when it comes to practice, but then things to do with the ChatGPT, I know right now, if I need anything, once I go there, I'm able to just get it at the click of a button and all that. But then how can we just incorporate AI in practice to make things seamless, but at the same time to balance all interests? Because of course there's that worry that, AI might take over, we might not need services of lawyers, so what does that mean to us, So, yeah.
Okay, so I'll address your question first. In terms of bias, there's going to be the issue of bias. However, like for the case of OpenAI, they address this by having moderators. So all the data that is fed into these large LLMs, these large language models, are moderated. So we can't, what we as an AI specialist at do, for example, is I have all this data being input into the model. Have human reinforcement learning. So, and where this human reinforcement learning comes in is we'll have enough diversity in the moderators, so that because at the end of the day, what we're doing is we're taking all the sum of human knowledge that's on the internet, including the biases, and feeding it into a model. So what we do to counter that is having moderators and just enforcing a more positive, more balanced outlook for the language model. So in terms of making sure that the AI is balanced and it's not leaning too much to one type of worldview, is that most open sourced, and especially on the open source bit, because OpenAI has two branches. One is open sourced and the other one is for profit. So on the open source, they publish the language models and the process that it took. Okay, there's proprietary information that they would not give out, but they'll let you know this is how we trained the model, and we had moderators, and this was the process. These are the controls that we have in the AI. So, for example, if I was to log into ChatGPT and ask it something incredibly racist, would it give me feedback? No. It will tell me, like, for example, all humans are the same, none of these features would, so there's controls that have been put in these AI systems, especially the large language models that are, that will ensure that the bias is sort of corrected. I've just remembered you've mentioned something about profiling. In China, using computer vision to, identify a certain group of people and probably act on that. So that's one of the dangers of AI. Just like with any surveillance tech, we can put all these controls in the systems, but at the end of the day, the people who call the shots are people. So we need to address that as, if we have a government that is balanced and that is for the people and is not oppressing a particular group of people, then they won't use the technology to do that. But if we have a government that is, trying to control and have a grip on people, unfortunately, just before AI was released and they had all these models, they were still using surveillance technologies in people's houses where you couldn't speak your mind. North Korea, for example. I don't know whether you've come across George Orwell's book, where he posits that there's gonna be a thought police where AI is going to be able to tell what you're thinking. And then there's something that's going to be called a thought crime, where you have a dissident thought, a thought that is not in line with the good of the government and the people. So in this dystopian nightmare, the thought police kind of enforce this thought that the common good, no one is allowed to have a different thought. So it's all dependent on the type of government that's in power, just like with any technology. But in terms of what's open sourced and available, there's controls. There's always going to be controls, and diversity is key in terms of having a more balanced artificial intelligence. So the big players are doing that in terms of having, a more diverse moderation group. Yeah.
Just to add on what he has said. You're Gor, you're not Ochi. I normally call you Ochi. Oh, it's both. Okay, sawa. Now, the Data Protection Act of 2019 really looked at the issue of automated decision making in Kenya. And you realize that a while ago, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner issued a circular and they give out 19 entities, 19 sectors rather, where if you're doing X and Y, you are supposed to mandatory register either as a processor or a controller. And for that to happen, there are certain things that they were looking at. So any automated decision-making process is viewed in the realm of processing sensitive data in Kenya. And what that means, before you can begin any of these processes, you need to do something we call a data protection impact assessment test. And you have to file it with the ODPC. And it looks at things like, what data you're collecting, how much data you're collecting, what are you using it for, is it necessary for you to have all this information, what are some of the storage mechanisms do you have, what are the protection mechanisms do you have competent staff, what are the reporting lines looking like. So on paper and theoretically, we have some of these things. Practically, I don't know. But we have seen a few decisions from the ODPC that give us a bit of faith. Now, in terms of moving your farm to the next level, I think I could speak authoritatively on what we have done. We are one of the few farms that we work remotely. There are people in the office I have never seen for 3, 4, 5 months. And it's because of some softwares that people like Ina George with Infinite have been able to give us, where I'm able to access something we call central folder from wherever I am, whether I'm in Turkana, whether I'm taking a holiday in Egypt. I'm able to log in and do whatever needs to be done. And it's automated. So once you do something, it gives you a progress report, whether fees has been paid, all that information is there. However, the human element has to be there at all times. So at any given point, there's always be someone in the office. It doesn't mean that everyone is going to be in the office, but someone has to, has to be in the office.
Yes, so thank you so much to Kennedy. Thank you. So thank you so much, Kennedy and Harrison, for that interactive presentation on the role of AI, artificial intelligence, when it comes to law. That was quite insightful. We look forward to incorporating what we've discussed. And for any other person with questions, I'm sure they'll get a chance to ask you offline. So let's carry on the conversation. I think I'm not sure whether we had any questions from the people following online, but should we get questions, we shall definitely reach out and share. So just, if you're following us online, keep those questions coming, keep following us so that we can be able to continue interacting. So thanks for the presentation, and I'll allow you to take your seats. Could we give them a clap? Amazing. Yeah, so at this point, I'd like us to move to the next discussion. So on the next discussion, it's not going to be a panel. It's just going to be a presentation. After the presentation, we can take questions from the floor, as well as the people following online. So if you're just perhaps logging in online, we have the Legal Tech and Innovation Week. The theme is on embracing emerging digital technologies, and it's ongoing from the 20th to the 30th of March. So please follow us online. We didn't want you to miss out on anything. That's why we are streaming this event for you. So if you still have a chance, please feel free to come join us at Milimani. We have great things ongoing. We have a workshop ongoing on digital presence. We have these workshops. We have an exhibition ongoing at the Milimani parking area. So please feel free. If you can join us physically, you're welcome. But then keep following up so that you can catch up on the discussions we're having. Without further ado, allow me to invite Mr. George, that is the CEO of Infinite Solutions, to the podium so that we can look at the next topic, which is the evolving face of the legal practice, influence of technology on the law. So, Mr. George, karibu sana. So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the next. We are having the second session in the workshops we are having for the day during this Legal Tech and Innovation Week. So I'm really excited to call on the next presenter. For the next session, we won't have a panel. We'll just rather have a presentation. And then after the presentations, we'll take your questions and answers. So for the people present here, please just be keen so that we can address your questions after. If you're following us online, we'll also get to interact with you on the comment session. So if you have any questions during the presentation, make sure you post your questions online and then we'll address them after we are done. So I'm excited to call upon our next speaker. His name is George Njoroge. He is the CEO and founder of Infinite Solutions. By profession, he is an electronic engineer by training, and he is also a legal tech enthusiast. Artificial intelligence, data analysis, governance, risk, and compliance consultant, and an expert in that area. So he shall be taking us through the topic, Evolving Face of Legal Practice, the influence of technology in the law firms. So as lawyers, of course, we need this so that we know how we can incorporate technology in our practice. So karibu sana, Mr. George.
Good afternoon, everyone. When I thank the LSK Nairobi for organizing this session. And I'll take you through just the evolving phase of legal practice and the influence of technology on the law firm itself. So, as introduced, my name's George Gumbonjoroge. Not to be confused with the other George Njoroge that I think everyone knows. But we share the same name. So he's a great guy, I know him. And I hope that maybe after the end of this presentation, we'll get to understand a little bit more about what the influence of technology has been on the law firm. So I head a team at Infinite Solutions. We are a legal tech company. We've been in the space for about 13 years now. Our products mostly are geared towards law firm management, be it file management, billing, court calendars, all that stuff, as well as legal departments. So that's just a bit of introduction. On the social side, I'm a husband, I'm a father, and I'll leave it at that point. So, all right, so let's kick off. And just as I was listening to the opening remarks, I think my entire presentation was done by Honorable Lady Justice Diana. I mean, she literally spoke my entire presentation. I was just about to say, refer to Lady Justice Diana's presentation, but I'll take it through what I had come up with, and hopefully we'll gain something out of that. So I'm happy to say that at least in this day and age, the limitations towards the limitation of the traditional practice methods have been eliminated by a very huge margin. In this day and age, we've seen a lot of law firms embracing technology, and that old saying that the law was always left behind in terms of technology, it's slowly but purely and surely disappearing. More and more law firms are embracing technology, and there are new ways that people are practicing law. And we've seen a lot of interest from legal tech companies such as ours. We've seen even the government embracing technology, and other NGOs, you name them. Everybody is there trying to make law firm and the legal practice a little bit easier using a lot of technological tools. So it's just to say that we no longer have that limitation when it comes to technology. What are some of the influences we've seen over that period? And perhaps I'll give also my experience, a bit of examples here and there of what I've seen as we deal, as we respond, and as we support our clients embrace technology. One of the things is that there has been a lot of efficiency and accuracy in the practice. We'll all bear witness that everybody wants to get as many clients as they would want to, right? We always want to get more clients. But the more we get clients, the more we tend to not be very efficient in our work, right? It's like you bite more than you can chew, right? But technology comes in to help in that, right? We've seen that things like practice management softwares, e-discovery softwares, or what we call electronic discovery, being used to analyze data and offer the best support to your clients. Document automation, artificial intelligence, as my previous speakers mentioned, right? All this has enabled greater and greater efficiency, as well as accuracy within the practice of law, right? I'll give you an example here, maybe a personal example that I've seen. With one of our clients, as they were coming through, as they were coming on board, we had a challenge. They had a challenge. It would take them at least 3 days to reply back to their client, right? If their client called and asked, what's the position on my file? It would take them 2 to 3 days just to figure out that information, right? And mostly for those files that are in abeyance or are dormant that kind of thing. But now after onboarding them and having used the system for a while, even the front office personnel can answer the client 80% of whatever they would need, right? I mean, what's the position on my file? Has fees been paid? When are we going next to court? You know, all that can be answered by the front office personnel. They don't have to ask the lawyer at the back office, right? Maybe the other 20% is mostly anything to do with the legal that the front office personnel cannot be able to answer. I think that's a little bit more efficient, right? You're able to serve more customers faster, better, and more accurately than the previous manual ways of working. And we have so many tools out there. The e-discovery tools, you can check out Relativity and CasePoint. You can check out, we have document automation that allows you to create documents faster, right? Imagine trying to write the same lease agreement for 200 units, right, in a complex, right? It's the same lease agreement. The only thing that are changing is, you know, the details of the new owners, maybe box number, PIN numbers, things like that. With document automation, you can create that in less than 5 minutes. Manually, maybe that will need 2 lawyers for a whole day just trying to come up with the documentation by themselves, right? So it helps a lot on that. And of course, we've heard a lot about artificial intelligence trying to automate mundane tasks and getting things out faster. So that's a bit of efficiency and accuracy. Better client service, right? This is another big benefit of the influence of technology within this space. The more clients we get, we always want to try and serve them better, right? We just don't want to get a client and you know, just leave them by the side, right? So technology is coming a lot to help in that, automating a lot of tasks, allowing clients to tap into that information that you have already. When you conduct things like polls or feedback with feedback forms, all this time you're trying to use technology to serve your clients better, right? If you're trying to get your clients' views, can you imagine trying to visit each client just to ask for their opinion about your service? It will take forever. How many clients could you do that for? But by just using quick forms, right, and holding a poll, right, with your on email, right? Also on email, can you imagine trying to send paper-written letters to all of your clients, right? It may have a personal touch, absolutely, but it will take you such a long time to try and do that. So this just tries to show you that with technology, you are able to serve your clients better, faster, all that, right? So let's move on. Document preparation and reviews. I've mentioned about document automation. This is really a big step when it comes to a faster, you know, just being more proactive and being ahead of the curve, right? Creation, this idea of manual reviews of documents, all that, you know, goes away. We've had a bit of success, perhaps, while trying to develop one of our contract management systems. And within that, we were able to review a contract, a 50-page contract, just to find out whether it's missing any important clauses within the contract. So you can imagine if you have an organization that is spanning out 50 contracts a week or receiving 50 contracts a week from vendors and all that, and you have to review every document to find out whether it has been written properly, does it require the clauses that you need. Doing that manually would definitely take a long time. So I'm thinking that using technology to just speed up that process is a much better option. And we've seen a lot of that happening through document preparation and reviews. So let's move on. I think we had a mention, I believe, from some of our opening remarks speakers, including Justice Diana, regarding cloud-based systems, right? Cloud-based systems. And these solutions are here to stay, right? Once they were introduced, they were not going away. And for those who've tested the idea of using cloud-based system, hardly do they ever go back, right? Hardly do they ever go back, because it really, really, really saves a lot from just hosting your own environment, or rather hosting your own servers. We all can see that, we all know that servers do occupy real estate, right? We always talk about something occupying real estate. You'll always place a server somewhere, you have to power it, you have to cool it. Those who understand power, the idea of power, they'll always tell you that power in, whenever you try to heat something, you have to use the same power to cool it, right? So you're almost doubling your power just having servers in your office. And I don't mean the normal PCs. No, those are not servers. Those are regular PCs. I mean actual servers, rack servers. Any time you're trying to heat them up, you have to use almost the same amount of power to cool them down. So there's a lot of cost. The initial cost of operations or the capital expenditure, the CapEx, is quite high when you talk about self-hosted environments. But with cloud, that entire infrastructure is gone, right? No more trying to manage hardwares and softwares and all that bit. All that is taken care of by the cloud provider. So that really reduces by a huge margin the cost implications whenever it comes to starting up and also the upkeep of the said hardware. Let's not forget about security, right? Cloud-based solutions offer a lot more security than you can actually imagine. There's always that old adage that this thing is in the cloud somewhere. I don't know where it is, right? The cloud, if you really get down deeper into cloud, it's probably more confusing. Because where is this cloud? You tell me my data is somewhere. Where, right? Where is that data? And it's always a question that we, as providers of cloud-based system, are always asked, how safe is my data, right? How secure is that data? Can it be hacked, right? If we go down that rabbit hole, we can be here the whole day and talk about that. But take it from me that cloud-based solutions offer a whole better level of security through encryptions and just protection of documents, data, all that bit, backups, all that stuff, right? That idea that you scanned your documents and you hosted them on cloud, should you lose a physical document, you can always get the document, or at least a huge percentage of that document by pulling out this data that was there on the cloud. So cloud-based solutions do offer a lot of storage as well as lowering of costs and security on that angle. So moving on, AI, right? AI, and I think as you can see, we were all in the same space from the opening speakers to our last presenters, talking about the same thing in technology. Artificial intelligence within the law firm really has helped a whole great deal, right? As our previous speakers, Harrison had mentioned, right? What does AI try to do? It tried to simulate human reasoning, problem solving, and decision making, right? We almost do those three things as human beings. We reason, we try to solve problems, and then make a decision. Artificial intelligence tries to do that for you based on data that you have collected, right? It crunches up that data to try and give you a better decision than one that you would have made. You remember that human beings, we are all full of emotions. Our biggest, should I say, limitation is that we are emotional creatures. And so most decisions that we make are always based from an emotional perspective, right? Artificial intelligence tends to remove that completely out of the equation. So then again, as our previous speaker said, we always need a human element to just try and make that sink in as humans. So what can AI do? It can search through large databases of legal documents and find relevant information that would normally take a lawyer days or weeks to find, right? It does that a lot, right? If you've used a software like Logix is a software developed in the US, and what they did with that is that they tried to analyze contracts. Actually, what they did a test They placed five people in the legal practice, right? In different ages, in different, should I say, what's the word? Practice areas, right? So there was a contract officer, one who had 40 years experience. There was a junior lawyer, maybe with 3 months experience, somebody who works from a legal department, somebody who works from a law firm, you know, things like that, right? They had 5 of those. And then they had the computer program. And they asked them to review a contract. I think it was a 30-page, 50-page contract or so. The more seasoned lawyer, the one who had 40 years experience, reviewed it in about 38 minutes. He was the fastest, right? You can imagine the junior one took, I think, 2 hours plus. The AI tool took 5 minutes to analyze the entire document and give recommendations, right? Now, imagine if you are in an organization that has quite a number of contracts to go through. Definitely, you'd have to say that using an AI tool definitely gets you fast, the results much faster. It can also be used to identify key issues in legal cases and provide insight that can help lawyers make better decisions, right? I saw this in a software called Premonition. You can check that one out also. They have a lot of, again, they're in the US, and what they do is that most of the US court systems are already online, and they're able to get all that data, crunch it up, and a lawyer can actually find out with whom he or she is defending the client against, right? So are you the lawyer of the defendant or the prosecution, right? You can actually see who that person is. You can see how good they are, how many cases have they won over time, in which judges do they win cases over, so that you can compare. I mean, if I stand before this individual and I'm, on the other side of the bench, am I going to win this case or not, right? So they've done a lot of that, and they have AI tools that can do that, as well as predicting outcomes in legal cases. Yes, they can identify patterns in contracts and potential risks that will need to be addressed. It can also help law firms improve their customer service, right? Customer service. We mentioned about in the previous slide about trying to serve your customers better. AI can do a lot of that, and this is perhaps by using chatbots. Right? We've come across chatbots. I believe from all the websites that we traffic over time, we have been able to see a chatbot. And what that does is that you can program the chatbot to answer questions from a pool of previously trained questions and answers, things like that, right? So that anybody who comes in and maybe wants to ask a question, they are sent through certain prompts, right? Whom do you wish to speak to? What's the subject? It will give you a couple of options, right? And then maybe ask a final question and you get a reply out, right? That, I mean, there's no human intervention. The only human intervention that was there was probably during the pre-training of that. But now, your clients are getting replies as if there's somebody else on the back end. Most of these developers of chatbots even name the chatbot a very human-friendly name, yeah? George, right, for example, right? And when you're asking the question, it comes back as George has replied. You actually feel as if it's an actual human being on the other end replying to you, but it's a chatbot, right? So there's a bit of that. And I put a bit of stars here, and I mentioned, just to highlight, Chat GPT, right? Our previous speakers highlighted on that a little bit. Chat GPT. Has anybody used Chat GPT? Perhaps. Let me just ask, right? Josephine? Yeah? Anybody else? Right? Good? Great. Right? You've seen how powerful that tool is, right? Every time I try to use it, I'm thinking, we are getting at that point. We are heading there faster than we thought. That program can write for us program codes, right? It can actually write program codes based on a prompt, right? So it's really quite a tool. And I used it recently to create a billing policy. A billing policy and a privacy policy. By just asking it, craft for me a billing policy for a SaaS vendor, software as a service vendor. And all the items come about, right? I didn't need the services of a lawyer to do that. So it's a bit of a mix there, right? Do we continue needing the services of lawyers or not, right? We are still at that point where we are trying to see whether people can eliminate lawyers in the legal profession. I don't think we'll get there anytime soon, but people are really doing a lot of research towards that area. So this is now something where you'd probably have to decide, are you going to remain in the old adage of practice, or will you seek a better understanding of future technologies to help you as a lawyer or as somebody in the legal profession move along? So my saying is that at the moment, artificial intelligence will not replace human labor or people, at least in the offices, not yet. But those using AI will replace those who are not using AI. So that's how I see it, right? The AI will probably not replace people immediately, but those who are using it will probably replace those who are not using it. So just something to point out, something to think about. Let's talk about online services and portals. As lawyers, and I've seen this with a couple of law firms that we serve, they end up offering their services through online portals, right? The biggest challenge we've always had is that lawyers, and I think LSK mentioned, and Nairobi mentioned that they require you to have a physical office, right? Does that mean that people only have to come to you? What if you went to them, right, by putting up those services in portals that can be, disbursed to as many people, right? Something to think about. And we've seen a huge impact on that through internet and how lawyers serve their clients. These legal services and legal advice portals come in quite handy in that. They're very convenient because, it's a service, it's a portal, it's up 24/7, right? Anytime a client wants to go read something, boom, they're there. They don't have to call you. You're offering your knowledge, paid or otherwise, right? Paid or otherwise. But somebody is able to access them 24/7. There's a lot of legal assistance that can be than what was provided in traditional firms. Documents, right? By using these portals, you can actually provide documents, legal documents, towards your clients who are visiting the said pages, the said portals, right? These legal documents could be charged or not, but at least it allows people who did not have that opportunity to now get the opportunity to find representation than having to walk into a lawyer's office to get the same, right? There's a bit of that. People can also answer questions online, right? The portals do all that. So this is a great step towards technology, and I've seen a couple of firms do that by offering weekly blog articles regarding a particular subject, or just explaining a particular law that is there that we non-legal don't tend to understand, but they break it down in a very good way and disperse that information. So that's really has gone a long step, and it feels, whenever you receive this, you actually feel that, this law firm, this lawyer knows what they're talking about, right? The next time I actually have a matter, it's them who I'll visit, right? So we've seen a lot of that going on, and happy to say that it's really coming on quite well. Video conferencing, online meetings, virtual courtrooms. This I believe was one of the biggest cost savers for lawyers. I remember back in the day, every matter you had to attend it physically in court, right? Unless we did this, unless we had a meeting with the opposing counsel out of court, you actually had to be in court. So if you have a client who's in Mombasa, you have to, fly all the way to Mombasa just to attend court for a day, and hoping that your matter will be heard in the morning. If it's in the afternoon, you are there the whole day. Right? This was now COVID. COVID was a blessing and a curse at the same time, right? It hit people really hard, but at the same time, it made people, try to, be better or, adapt to technology, right? And these days, most of the court is done in virtual courtrooms, Zoom, Teams, you name it. You don't have to go anywhere, right? You don't have to travel, spend all that time on the road. Even meetings with just regular clients, right? Even meeting with your clients. I believe now most lawyers are doing their meetings online, right? Just Zoom. Very free account. We have a 40-minute session, no charges whatsoever, right? It's really has gone a long way into doing that. So that also it's both sides. We, the people who are seeking service, don't have to travel. So there's a lot of cost saving for us. There's also a bit of cost savings on the lawyer also, having to travel to court and all that. I know that's where we used to charge clients, right? Because I'm going to Mombasa, and I need to take a flight. I'll be there for a day, I might sleep over. See, that's disbursement, good disbursement, right? But now, are we doing that? I think that has come down, right? I think that revenue stream has been affected. However, when one door is closed, another one is opened. Now you're able to serve more clients. So getting more clients is a benefit that you get out of that, right? So quite some good things that have been happening in that space. So lawyers can appear in court without having to leave their offices, and reducing that entire travel costs all a bit, and collaboration also. These video conferencing and online meetings have enabled us to also collaborate with other lawyers, right? Other lawyers. You can collaborate and just, get information from both sides. So really a great help in terms of technology. Let's not forget social media, right? Let's not reduce that importance of social media. Really, it has gone a long way. Technology has helped lawyers by utilizing social media to spread their services and reach potential clients, right? That has really gone a long way. Remember, with a physical office, you kind of are restricted to only those people who can come to you, to seek advice. But on social media, when you spread your arms apart, further, you're able to reach even those, they are potential clients, but, they didn't know where to go to. But your presence online helps people, gain trust in the law firm and then share their case or their issues with the law firm in question, right? So it provides a two-way communication between your potential clients, answering questions online, providing advice, right, without having to meet them physically. There's always that element of the human touch, right? Yes, that will suffer a bit, but the benefits, I believe, outweigh the disadvantages that lack of personal touch would have. So this is really a great tool. Can also be used to stay on top of legal industry trends, right? I've seen this quite well. We, as human beings, I probably say, we don't know everything, right? We can't know everything. So when I follow a certain lawyer online, and I'm hearing I'm reading through the legal advice he's giving, you kind of gain something out of that, right? Because you didn't know that. If I was good at mining law and nobody else was, and then I'm, crunching through some data or some law about mining and the two-law mining project in Turkana, and you didn't know about that, so you probably would, gain some insight out of that, right? So there's a bit of that going on. And maybe lastly, identifying potential talent. I think we do this quite well on LinkedIn, right? Do we do that? Do we follow people on LinkedIn and find out where they are working, and can we hire them? Are they now looking for a job, right? So social media does a lot of that. You can actually scout for talent and approach them, all right? Where, you know, it would have been much harder if you were trying to do that physically or rather manually. Staying on top of competition, right? This is of course important. This is just a culmination of everything that we've been saying, right? We need to understand these technologies that are coming about. Don't feel satisfied because you've learned one tool or you have embraced one particular tool, a case management system. Now you think, oh no, I'm done with this. No, right? We've got upcoming things, blockchain, you know, this ChatGPT, AI, right? Understand that. And we've seen a lot of lawyers doing classes on blockchain, machine learning, deep learning, just to understand, you know, where is our world heading to. I think we've heard about this thing called CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, right? A hot topic right now. Kenya is in the stages of research. I think we have about 2 countries who have rolled it out. So many other countries are in the research stage, and people are trying to, you know, go into digital bank, central bank digital currencies. What impact will that have on the country? What policies will need to be set to do that? What laws? And as lawyers, we'll have to participate in that just to understand, you know, on that bit. By doing so, you'll of course be ahead of the competition. You'll always be ahead of that of the competition. People will come to you because you are now the guru in that, right? So understanding these technological trends has of course another advantage. It may be difficult, it may be a lengthy procedure, but there's always something that can come out of that. So in conclusion, we'll just say that it's important. It's important. Technology is important, right? You can't, we've seen all the benefits that it has on both the law firm, your clients, and you know, everybody else within that industry. And we have a lot of people coming through to help that, be it private organizations, NGOs, the government. Everybody is trying to make the legal fraternity a little bit better, a little bit more technological savvy. And it's up to us as lawyers and people in the legal field to embrace that and learn from it, and, you know, just come out quite well in that. So I'd like to end there and just say that I represent Infinite Solutions, again, just a way of introduction, and we are a team of about 11 at the moment. Our products all get towards law firms and legal departments. Those who have tried us a bit, you'll know our products: Wakili CMS, Elite Law, Law Analytics. Law Analytics is more geared towards data analytics. We found this to be very helpful. Law firms collect quite a huge amount of data, right? You may want to get that analyzed, right? So we have Law Analytics that handles that. Elite Legal, Elite Contract, and Elite GRC are more geared towards legal department, and just to manage their files, to manage their risk and compliance efforts, as well as their contracts. So, Wakili CMS and Elite Law, right? We offer things around file management, accounting, HR and payroll. All those things are things that as technology goes around, you'll be able to see how it helps in that. Right? Also, that's Elite Suite and Law Analytics. Perhaps this is the biggest impact that we've seen. So this is our own personal experience, when it comes to the technology offered to our clients. And if you're not a client yet, I believe by getting something, you'll be able to see these advantages. There's been a lot of improved firm organization, you know, putting things just in order. Quickly store and retrieve all data related to a client, since it's stored in one area. It's one central folder where you just get all that information. Flexibility in working. Remember our previous presenter mentioning that they work from anywhere, right? They're not restricted to the office, right? They can work from anywhere. So that's a good deal. Improved customer service, right? Improved customer service. We no longer have to look for that paper. Remember that example I gave about a client who is able to reply. The front office personnel is able to reply to the client about 80% of what they need, right? It's a bit of that. There's greater visibility in all matters because the system tends to go around the office. It's an entire office operational system. So you want to know, has a client paid? Have we gone to court? Who's on leave? Who's not on leave? All that bits. There's greater visibility in all matters. Team collaboration, you've seen a lot of that. Data security, let's not reduce that. Data security, once data is lost, you can recover it quite fast, and there's less loss, and if should it get lost, then there's always recovery. Increased efficiency in terms of time spent, costs, all that bit is definitely an impact that we've seen of technology within our products. So that's me. Feel free to visit our tent. We can always talk more at that point, and just to understand the products and all that bit, right? So thank you very much, and I hope to engage with you further and my team further as we bring technology closer to home than before. So thank you for that.
Thank you, George, for that presentation. A round of applause to George, please. Thank you so much, George, for that wonderful presentation when it comes to the evolving role of the lawyer in the context of in terms of actually the evolving phase of legal practice and the influence of technology of the law. So we are really grateful for that presentation. Personally, I've interacted with that software called Wakili CMS at the law firm. I can really vouch for it in terms of making work easier when it comes to file management, opening files, billing, those reminders for court dates, court attendances. You know, this particular application makes it very easy for us in terms of working. So I can really vouch for that application. That means I urge all of us, please let's ensure we pass by the exhibition booth. Let's get to interact with George. Let's get to interact with Infinite Solution, see what kind of software they have, and see how we can incorporate that particular software in our practice. So, do we have any questions on the floor for George? Do we have any questions? Or Clifford and team, the social media team, you can tell me if there are any questions online by the people following virtually. So do we have any questions? Do you have a question? Any questions? So maybe, George, to start us off, perhaps you could tell us, for any lawyer out there, like for me, I'm really interested in getting that software. I know I've said I've interacted with it, but in a different law firm. But now that I've managed to get out on my own, I've already set up my own practice. If I want to have this software, what are the cost implications? And how can I reach you? Maybe you need to tell us.
And from there, the onboarding procedure is quite easy. In terms of costs, our costs range anywhere from 1,000 shillings to 5,000 shillings per user per month. This is a subscription kind of a mechanism, right? You subscribe on a monthly angle, right? So per user per month, billed every month. So I mentioned between 1,000 shillings and 5,000 shillings, mostly be based on the package that you wish to pick. Any prospective client coming on board between today and Good Friday, I believe that's the 7th, thereabout, we have a 50% off for 6 months. Anybody coming in from Good Friday towards the end of April has a 30% off for the first 6 months. So that is a discount given through the launch of this event towards any prospective client who would want to join us. So yeah, so that's better.
Thank you so much, George, for that feedback. Thank you for that. If you're following us online, we're looking forward to asking your questions. So I can see there's David Mwangi following online. He's noting that he's requesting for us to record the sessions and then we share them later. So David Mwangi, no need for worries. We'll do that and we'll share them so that you can be able to follow through in terms of all the discussions that we've had. So I haven't seen any other question or comment. I haven't seen any other question or comment on both Facebook, let's see, YouTube. Yeah, I haven't seen any further comments. I think at this juncture, since there are no further questions to George, we just call upon you online followers. If you can make a point of joining us at Milimani Law Courts, we're having some exciting things. We're having an exhibition on tech solutions, so you are all invited to please create some time, even for the lunch break. If at all you're held up with work, during lunch hour, you can come in quickly, step in, come and see what we are exhibiting out there. We have some exciting solutions. You'll meet George. You'll meet many other exhibitors who have some legal solutions for us. So as we prepare to take a break for lunch hour, I'd just like to remind us that we have another afternoon session, and the topic that we shall be considering in the afternoon is the evolving role of the lawyer in the context of the technological revolution. And with us, we shall have some exciting panels. So we shall have the Dean of Riara University, that's Dr. Victor Lando. We shall have the Head of Legal, Visa Kenya, that's Mr. Thomas Abira, and many other exciting people. So I call upon you to, the people who can come physically, please join us. Our online followers, please just keep glued on screen because we'll still have other exciting sessions. So at this juncture, I think we can just say a quick prayer for bitings for lunch as we proceed for the lunch hour break. As the people seated here, we can proceed and see what the exhibitors are doing out there, and then we'll convene later to continue with the workshops. Could we be upstanding to make a prayer? Yeah, so let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for each and everything that you've done for us. We thank you that you've helped us to launch this Legal Tech and Innovation Week event, oh God. And we pray that even as we carry out with this event, you're going to lead us, you're going to guide us, you're going to safeguard us, oh God, and you're going to make it successful, God. In terms of the participants who are pitching, may you also guide them in their pitch and help them. Father, as we take our break to go have some lunch and also go and maybe see what is being showcased out there, we pray that you may continue being with us throughout the rest of the day and week. We pray this prayer, trusting and believing in Jesus' name. Amen. Yes, so good afternoon, everyone. For our online followers, karibuni sana. We are starting off the afternoon session. In case you're joining for the first time, this is the Law Society of Kenya Nairobi branch, Legal Tech and Innovation Week. We started this event yesterday, but due to Maandamano Monday, we had a pre-virtual opening. But today, we've had the opportunity to have this physical opening. Earlier on, we had the physical launch, and we were joined by Honorable Justice Kaveta, who gave us the opening. Later on, we had some sessions, and as we speak, we have an exhibition going on tech solutions. So you're invited, if you're in the office somewhere, you're invited to come to Milimani, have a look at what is going on out there so that you can learn a thing or two. So without further ado, I'd like to just welcome all of us to the afternoon session. I'd like to recognize the council members who've joined us. So with us, we have Council Member Ribin Ondwari. I'll invite him to just say a few remarks before we start off the session. Ribin, karibu.
Thank you very much, Josephine. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as Josephine has said, my name is Ribin Ondwari. I'm a council member in LSK Nairobi branch. I'm also a partner at Ashitiva Advocates. So, this basically, I'm sure a lot has been said, and you really want to listen to the guys behind me, so I'm not going to say a lot, but just to thank each and every one of you for making time and to be here, and to thank Josephine and the team, the legal tech team. I've seen how hard they've been working, the secretariat, everyone really for the effort that you've put into this. Thank you very much to our guests, karibu sana, and looking forward to hear the insights from all of you. Asante. Thank you, Josephine.
Thank you, Ribin, for those wonderful remarks. So we'll just go straight into the session for this afternoon. So the topic we are considering this afternoon is the evolving role of the lawyer in the context of technological revolution. And with us today, we have some two panelists, of whom I'll just do an introduction. So on my right, we have Dr. Lando, the Dean of Riara University. So in terms of his profile, he is an advocate of the High Court. He's a partner at the firm of Kamau, Lando and Associates. He also serves on the ELS, Technology and Media Law Committee, and has a passion for law and technology. Maybe you can wave to people. Yeah. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
On my left, immediate left, we have, let me just get the names right. We have Thomas Abira. I hope I got the name right? On his profile, he held various roles at various workplaces. So he's worked before at HHM law firm. Currently, it's Dentons, from the year 2008 to 2018 for 10 years. Thereafter, he also worked as an associate in the corporate commercial, while at HHM Dentons, he was an associate based in the corporate commercial, and he handled M&A, banking, and finance. Thereafter, he worked for Safaricom PLC, and M-Pesa Africa this is from April, and he also served as the group legal counsel, and the services he provided were financial services, and these included innovative projects like Fuliza. I'm sure many of us, or many of the public members have been beneficiaries of Fuliza. There's the M-Pesa app, things like the M-Pesa Global Pay, and the virtual card. So I think personally, I've been in a situation where I've had to use the M-Pesa Global Pay, and I know such advancements are normally to be appreciated. So in terms of his qualifications, he holds a master's degree in international oil and gas law from the Strathmore University. And then he's also done short courses at the Queen Mary University, as well as the University of Reading. He's currently pursuing a 6-week certificate course in FinTech from Harvard University. So karibu sana, Thomas. Yeah, so I'm sure most of you are excited and looking forward to the discussion that we are having this afternoon. So we'll just go straight into the topic and just dive in. So I'll start with the Daktari on my right. I don't know how you think, how has technology affected the legal profession in Kenya? As in with the, say, maybe from the time we had COVID, pre-COVID period, after COVID period, and currently, how has technology affected practice?
Okay, thank you so much, Josephine. Thank you to the Law Society Nairobi branch for inviting me for this event. I wish to recognize my students, Karibuni. I always preach to them that they need to network, and it's a great opportunity for you to network with the people you've had who've worked on M-Pesa and on other platforms. So make sure during this event you take time to network and see where that takes you. Now, in terms of how technology has affected practice, in a couple of ways. One is in terms of just the everyday legal practice, you know, where you now incorporate technology into the average law firm in terms of just making processes more efficient and saving time. So for example, if you automate your billing, if you automate your client handling, your bring-ups, and all that stuff in your law firm, then it saves you time and enables you to do more lawyering as opposed to administrative work. So technology has helped enhance efficiency in service delivery and in giving us the tools we need as advocates to give value to our clients. The other one is, of course, using technology to add value to the services we give our clients. And I think with time, they say that data is the new oil. You know, that using data helps in terms of giving more precise conclusions and analysis. So a good example is data-driven legal services, you know, where, for example, if you are a corporate counsel, then you use data to be able to advise your client or advise your organization in terms of compliance, in terms of avoidance of risk, or even using data in terms of conflict management, so that when you are, even if you're a litigating advocate, for example, how do you use data to present your case before the court? You know, how do you use technology to be able to do that? And we see pre-COVID and even during COVID, mostly, we used technology in terms of virtual courts. That's when that came. I know somewhere down in one of these courtrooms, we used to have these big screens, and there was a pilot done ages ago about one big screen and one camera and speakers in this court and then another court in Mombasa, and people were wowed at how we could conduct virtual courts. And now you can conduct virtual court here. You know, so the technology has evolved and has really enhanced delivery of legal services. If I may, yeah, so those are my few introductory comments about how technology has influenced the delivery of legal services in terms of, one, the tools that we use, in two, adding value to our clients, and three, the opportunities that are available right now in the legal and tech space. We have new jobs being created. For example, the data commissioner was inaugurated a few months back, and there's a lot of work around data protection law. There is going to be a lot of work around cybersecurity law and policy. There will be a lot of work around how do we regulate AI. You know, a lot of work around how do you regulate crypto. You know, so there are a lot of opportunities that are coming up now for lawyers. So let us not see technology as a threat. We see technology as tools. In World War I, soldiers were using guns with bayonets at the end, and they had single-shot guns. Now we're using drones, and we're using different kinds of technology in warfare. So it's the same thing with lawyering. Previous centuries, we used very basic ones. Now we have more tools to help us be better lawyers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those introductory remarks as far as technology is concerned in shaping legal practice. Indeed, I believe we are living in those times that we were planning for in terms of the examples you've given, the piloting of the virtual courts, and currently we are able to practice with so much ease. So I'd love to move to the next question, and this is to Thomas. I don't know what is your view in terms of some of the technological advancements that are currently shaping the legal industry. Have you encountered any? What would you comment on that?
Thanks for the question, Josephine. Yeah, so I like what Dr. Lando has, aptly summarized in terms of how practice has changed since, technology, or rather since COVID. So there's various aspects of technology affecting all of us here, whether you're a lawyer or not. But in the context of legal practice, there's maybe, I would say, three main areas. You've got legal technology, which is applicable, kind of client-facing or for the benefit of clients. I'll talk about that. You've got regulatory technology, which is kind of self-explanatory, maybe the likes of e-citizen, etc., or what CBK does these days in terms of reporting. You do it online. Then you've got the general kind of technology, which cuts across many, many sectors and affects your client, doesn't necessarily affect you. The reason it's important, and I'll start with the last aspect, to understand general technology, even if it doesn't apply to you, is that it's important to understand like where clients are going with technology. The likes of the guys who are online now doing e-commerce transactions as opposed to the previous brick and mortar type of transactions. Many, many sectors, whether it's aviation, FMCG, etc., banking, are getting into the tech space. You guys have probably not been in a banking hall in a while. In nowadays, when we started in first year, you'd be given a check or something like that to go pay school fees, you queue, and whenever you go to, let's say, Cooperative Bank, every other campus student is on queue waiting to pay school fees. So now things are different. There's technology cutting across all sectors. So depending on where your clients operate from, whether it's banking, corporate, whatever, you kind of need to understand the space they're in. So how has technology shaped practice, I believe was the question. There's an increasing need to enhance skills as a lawyer. I mean, you'll go to law school and you'll study the traditional skills that you're required to study as part of your training. That's a very good foundation. You're going to need to be analytical and so on. But when you get outside to the real world and say 10 years from now, some lawyers will need data analytics skills, maybe a bit of software development, maybe partner with an engineer to do XYZ kind of projects. So we're seeing an increasing need for lawyers to enhance their skills in that space. Typical examples, of course, like Dr. Lando has said, is what we are seeing in practice. When I was a pupil, my boss used to send me to file documents in the nick of time, and if you come to the registry here and it's closed, you don't know what to go back and tell your boss. Right now, there's online filing. Guys file at midnight, That's a really good development. On the regulatory technology side, we've seen the Ministry of Lands really try to digitize lands. We've seen e-citizen make it very easy for clients to access their forms and so on, and to file documents on their own, kind of really making us have to, you cannot charge our clients 5,000 bob for a CR12 anymore. They can do it themselves. Yeah, many, many, many aspects of technology, so both client-focused and internal, including the kind of software clients are using to digitize their own firms and so on. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Thomas, for those observations. And indeed, we've come a long way in terms of practice. In fact, the payments you're talking about making queues in the banks. We no longer need that. At the law firms, personally, we have, in my law firm, we do M-Pesa payments. So it's so easy, even when it comes to clients making payments. When you talk about the systems in terms of, yes, we have the BRS that has availed a digital platform of filing, the court systems, ATHI, SASA. In fact, we do have, as we speak, there are exhibitions going on the other side, where we have even the Ministry of Lands, they're here, they're exhibiting how they've made doing land searches easy with the ATHI SASA platform. So if you're following online, you'd like to interact with such a platform, feel free to come to Milimani so that you can interact with what is being exhibited out there. So we move to the next question, and this is to Dr. Lando on my right. What would you say, have we as Kenyan lawyers, how are we adopting to this technology and the changes that have been brought about? Is there resistance? Have we adopted with ease, or how is the situation?
Okay, thank you so much for that. Firstly, majority of Kenyan lawyers are young people, all right? And that is good because they're the ones who are adept at working with technology, right? And we're having quite a number of also young lawyers graduating either from the Kenya School of Law or from universities, and joining the bar. So we have a large segment of the legal profession made up of younger advocates. And so those ones, I know they are adept at working with technology and embracing technology. So it's just for the rest of us wazes to, to catch up and to catch on. And the phrase is that if you don't adapt, you will be rendered irrelevant. So it is important, even for those lawyers who think that Instagram is not important, or TikTok is not important, or LinkedIn or social media is not important. It is important. It just depends on how you use it as a tool. We have so many tools available for advocates right now to embrace and to use it to engage in legal service provision, depending on whether you're a practicing advocate, or you work in the corporate suite, or you work in civil society. So my assessment, my view is that a large number of advocates have embraced technology because of successes we have seen with technology companies. So for example, when Safaricom started, it was a telecommunications company. Now it is a technology company, you see. All they used to do was to provide us with opportunities to make calls and send texts, But now you have an array of products from a company such as Safaricom, you see. So, and the fact that such companies have engaged with citizens, and citizens have seen the value that these companies provide, it means that even in the legal sector, lawyers are also able to plug into technology and see how technology has helped legal practice. And also, just what you've mentioned earlier, the e-filing process, the RD-SASAs, although it has its own hiccups, but once it is fully operational, I think it will also just make legal services and access to government services easier. So my assessment is that lawyers have adopted technology, but there's still room for more, because lawyers are unfortunately slow to change. We say that, oh, please put for me that PowerPoint because I don't know technology. No. Now is the time for you to do that yourself. I remember a while back, when I was growing up, they had introduced this thing called the PIN number. And there was this talk that the PIN number is the devil's number, the 666 things, And then there was the introduction of computers, and people were saying, oh, people will lose jobs, etc. But jobs have been created. So technology should be embraced, but of course with the necessary checks, balances, so that it is used responsibly. But for lawyers, there is need for lawyers to embrace technology and to use it to provide value to their clients.
Thank you for that. Point out in terms of the current situation for lawyers. So as practitioners, I'm sure you can relate to what is being presented, and you can continue giving us your feedback. If you have questions, post them on the YouTube platform, the Facebook live streaming. We'll definitely look into that during the plenary. So we move to Thomas, and the next question will be, in terms of adapting technology in legal practice, are there any pros and cons to watch out for?
Seems to be working, I hope. Pros and cons, very, very good, interesting questions. Okay, I guess it depends on the context and how you use the technology. You know, as Dr. has said, I mean, it's difficult, like, as a practitioner, as a legal practitioner, to really mold your mind to think like a technology kind of person, or a person who understands technology, because we're kind of not necessarily wired that way, especially in the workplace. Many offices still using files and so on. Physical files and registries. So in terms of pros and cons, I mean, I could start with the cons maybe. It can be expensive, potentially, especially right now. In a time where the Kenyan market or the African market has not necessarily embraced legal technology, still very many manual legal departments, even in corporate. So, you know, apart from the cost implications, there's the training aspect, there's resistance amongst, you know, the users, the actual users of the technology, and sometimes the end users. Like, I mean, we've had cases of clients who still prefer cash rather than, you know, virtual money. So those kind of factors can drive slow uptake. There's many other cons, like the policy issues arising from taking up new technology, cybersecurity issues, fraud, you know, money laundering issues. If you are a law firm, for instance, and you're receiving money on behalf of clients and you're making it untraceable using virtual means, you know, there's many risks being posed also to systems. You know, cyberwise and so on, I've already mentioned that. So the advantages, there are many advantages. I cannot possibly list them today, but one of the things that technology does is that it really makes things easier. You know, I understand the theme is in relation to the technology revolution. Now, there have been many revolutions, and anytime there are revolutions, they're kind of a way of human beings adapting to, you know, the times, right? And it's a way, and anytime there's adaptation, it's a way of making life easier. So the first thing that technology does, and is supposed to do, is to make life easier. Shorten processes, remove mundane kind of work, like having to review your leases line by line. There's now software that can do that for you. Having to remember dates, you know, there's easy ways of making technology work for you, as simple as a reminder, or as sophisticated as a smart contract that kind of triggers a reminder when it's about to expire. You know, there's those types of technology. I think there's a lot of advantages, especially if you evolve in the nature of your practice, as opposed to seeing technology as a barrier to practice. Many people I've spoken to, you know, are very concerned about digitization of the usual services you give to clients. I mean, you could look at it as an opportunity. Anytime there's a threat to something, there's always an opportunity. It's about how you leverage on technology to make your practice easier. I think there's going to be many things coming up in the next 5 to 10 years, like virtual law firms, virtual lawyers, etc. So it's a great time to be a lawyer, not really a bad time, because now you can reach a client from anywhere in the world. You know, previously you really had to kind of know somebody, but now you can reach out to, I get so many people reaching out to me on LinkedIn, and sometimes it's funny how they reach out to you. But those are some of the advantages. It brings your client closer to you. You're able to respond real time. When you look at automation and the kind of systems you can put in place, you could have things on your law firm website that automatically respond to a client when they ask certain key you know, questions, certain, you know, repetitive kind of questions. You can hard code that, you can program that to work for you. So plenty of advantages and opportunities.
So I have a follow-up question for you before we go to Dr. When you talk about applications that can be used to, say, review agreements or make work easier, maybe you can give a picture of what you mean by that for the benefit of, we have students joining us, we have lawyers out there watching, and they're curious in terms of, okay, so you mean there are such softwares or applications I can use to manage my time? They'd be curious to know what do you mean by that, or can you paint a picture, give an example of those? And then secondly, when you talk about, yeah, in about 5 to 10 years, we'll have like virtual law firms and all, maybe you could paint a picture of how that looks like, or currently, could we say we're already living in such times? Because as we speak, we already have virtual courts. In the past, you'd need to book flights to go do a mention in Mombasa or whichever other court that is out of town. But currently, I believe we can be able to do all this. So are we already in those times, or how does the next 5 years, 10 years look like as a lawyer?
Okay, thanks for the follow-up question. A few examples of, you know, how technology is being utilized now, not necessarily in Kenya. I've come across softwares that can review documents. You scan it, it's a 45-page document, it's a 100-page document. It would have taken you 2 weeks to review it, at the risk of losing, you know, the trust you've been having as a trainee, as a lawyer, and so on. And now, you know, there's robots that can kind of scan that. There's a software called, no, it's not ChatGPT, but I'll get to that. There's a software called Luminance, yeah? If you just Google it. Luminance is a UK-based tech company that has got many kind of legal technology services. It's some really cool stuff, and you can check it out. I did an experiment one day, and I emailed them, asking them, okay, what services do you offer? Because, I mean, I'm curious. So they emailed me back asking me, would you like a demo? They've got a prototype that demonstrates how you can, if it's litigation, you can do discovery of documents, just scan them, and it gives you a lot of data. Certain keywords like stick out. And if it's litigation management and you're an in-house counsel, so instead of sending an email to your external counsel asking where are we or having to try and remember, you've got a litigation management tool where you interface with the client. So litigation counsel interfaces with the client, and they, you know, post their fee notes there. There's a record of them. You know, cases are purely digital. The client has an account. They can log on and see what the status of their case is. Reminders sent to in-house counsel without anyone's intervention. Okay, so there's some amazing stuff there. I've already talked about contract review. There's smart contracts. I've not seen anyone do that yet, but I've read about it, where say certain liability clauses that need renewal, say an indemnity clause or something like that. You know, I'll give you a key example. X shall ensure that there's a permanent insurance indemnity, blah, blah, blah. taken out with X insurance company for a period of 3 years post-contract. Now, tech can help you remember that there's an indemnity that's about to expire, and the smart contract can kind of bring that up. Sorry, the next question was in relation to... So with regard to, say, virtual firms and how deep into the tech revolution we are, I can controversially say I don't think we've scratched the surface of where technology can take us. You guys have seen how ChatGPT works. You no longer have to be a creative writer like Sidney Sheldon to come up with some creative writing, you know, in terms of legal writing. ChatGPT can do that for you. Although there are many concerns about how it works, but what I would say is that we are just at the beginning of how effective these solutions can be. So when I was talking about virtual law firms, I was kind of alluding to, okay, I know we do many things virtually, like Teams calls and so on, but I was alluding to a deeper sense of what that entails, which includes, say, not having physical offices. I know we really like those fancy offices to shock our clients when they come. You know, virtual law firms are just that. It's a platform whereby you've got, so it's not just a website. You can actually offer solutions online and to a large extent automated. I've seen, if you do this experiment, get on the M-Pesa app. There's a mini app, sorry, I'm not marketing my former employer. There's a mini app on the M-Pesa app, I think called Wakili Wangu or something like that. And that app has got several very quick tools that a law firm would be offering, like affidavits, CR12s, and so on. You'll see it there. I mean, it's quite simple, and I liked it when I saw it. I think it's a first of its kind I've seen in the country. But there's so much that can be done, especially if we understand tech and embrace it. Imagine how many things we could digitize. Imagine being away on vacation and off your virtual law firm, you come back and found your robot has earned several fees for you based on all the instructions it's gotten from online people using artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. So I don't think we've scratched the surface, but the technology exists. In the UK, I think I was reading somewhere, Oxford University predicts that in the next 10 years, no, not 10 years, sorry, 2026, a third of law firms will be virtual. That's the UK. The software I mentioned is just one of them. I forget the others, but there were about 4 that are live out there that are actually using legal technology and really making life easier for law firms, cutting down time projects from 6 weeks to 1 day, right? Enhancing transparency for clients. I can log on to a cloud portal and see where the project is at, how are the documents placed, and so on. Virtual data rooms for commercial practitioners who do due diligences and so on. So there's multiple opportunities if we just care to evolve.
Wow. So thank you so much for painting that picture and digging deeper in terms of what we mean by those virtual law firms and all, and where we are headed in terms of practice. The theme that we're looking at is embracing digital technology, embracing all emerging digital technology, and we've gotten to see how the future looks like, 5, 10 years to come, the kind of law firms we'll be having. I'm just impressed by the fact that you've noted that with these, how the law firms of the future look like would be, for instance, we'd have the virtual law firms, the robots collecting fees on our behalf. That would be really amazing in terms of we wouldn't really have to stress over expending so much time in the offices. We'd be holidaying every day, but anyway. That's quite interesting, and we're looking forward to that. In terms of all the applications you've noted, personally, I'm so curious. I think I'll still get to ask you many questions. When we look at things like ChatGPT, I also have questions, but I guess that's a discussion for another time. So I'd like to move to Dr. We've looked at how the future looks like. We've looked at the need to embracing technology because it's something we can't wish away. It's here with us. We either adapt to it or we are, I don't know where we'd be. So what would you comment in terms of do I as a lawyer in this future time, do I need a certain skill to catch up with this technology? How do I need to prepare for this? What kind of skills do I need to survive?
Okay, thank you for that. And off of the comment made earlier, we need some software to help in debt collection when someone refuses to pay. We get a robot to pay me, to collect me. But anyway, in terms of the skill set of the lawyer now and in the future, I think it has been alluded to earlier, that legal skills alone will not be sufficient as we move on in the future. You will need some little bit of, depending on your context, some little bit of tech knowledge. We're not saying that lawyers must code or lawyers must be software engineers. No, we just need to know how some of that technology works. A good example was the Supreme Court presidential petition. And there was a lot of tech terms being thrown around, and you could see that some of the lawyers did not really know how these things work, and the bench maybe did not have a very good idea of how these things work because they needed some guidance. So as lawyers in future, because technology is here with us, it's not going away. We need to know how this technology works so that we're able to, even when you're doing litigation, to be able to convince the court using the terminologies and the knowledge and the know-how around tech. So we are saying that, one, we would need some, depending on the context, some knowledge on how this technology works. All right. Knowledge about basic things like cybersecurity. Lawyers hold a lot of client data, client information. So what happens if someone hacks your law firm? What tools do you need to put in place to ensure that your law firm is not hacked, for example? We're calling them cyber hygiene actions you need to take, even as an advocate, when you're going somewhere, to make sure that your device is not hacked. If you're a partner at a leading law firm and you're handling a very sensitive matter, people will hunt for information from your phone and from your devices. So those kind of skills, some bit of cyber awareness skills, some bit of cyber security awareness skills, some bit of technological awareness skills would be useful. The other thing we need to do would be, for example, project management. Lawyers may be moving away from, not moving away from, but getting skills in how to manage projects, because with technology we are increasingly working in teams with other people from other disciplines, right? So if there's a project, we are building the expressway, for example, you would need people who are doing the construction bit. You need people who are doing the dispute avoidance bit. You need to know the business that is happening. If you're working for a tech company, let me just get back to you, like Safaricom, you would need to understand the business of where you work for you to be able to deliver quality legal services. So those kinds of skills would be important. We need skills in terms of collaborative work. A lawyer cannot work alone in a silo in his own office and do work on their own. You need to have collaborative skills, skills on how do you work with other people across different time zones. So those soft skills, and especially for the lawyers who are coming out of uni, who are getting into practice now, those soft skills will enable you to go different places in whichever field you choose. And where do you find these skills? Of course, you will find them, online is one good example. There's a lot of free courses or not so high, not so expensive courses you can take on the internet. For example, there's CS50 for lawyers that is being offered by Harvard, and a bunch of other things. CS50, it just gives computer science for lawyers. So that you're a lawyer, yes, but you understand a little bit on computer science, So there are so many courses available for free online that you may take. You can also come to different institutions of learning across the country that offer certain skills that you want to get to acquire, So I'm not preaching about Riara, but yes, at Riara Law School we will be launching courses on cybersecurity, for example, on data protection and a bunch of other things that then as lawyers you will need to, it's a good skill for you to get. Like for example, the course on cyber hygiene that you want to roll out, so that as an advocate, as a lawyer, what are the basics of cyber hygiene that you need to do? So those kind of skills would be important. Collaborative work, working across time zones, working across jurisdictions. And there was something that was mentioned earlier about the virtual law firms. The way that we have, for example, Denton's. It's a law firm with an office in Nairobi and offices all over the place. Right? So you can also have a virtual law firm with offices all over the place. So, that you don't have a physical HQ, but you have different law firms working in the virtual space. So those skills on how to work collaboratively, how to work across time zones, all those skills would be essential for lawyers in the next tech revolution, among other skills. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for those observations. And I think you've just dived right in terms of the next question that I was going to ask. But before I get to that question, indeed, we need to be up to task in terms of acquiring the skills that are needed to adopt to these emerging technologies. And I think you shouldn't even shy off from telling us what Riara University is offering, because that's necessary. And as lawyers in the room and the ones watching us online, they'd definitely be interested to get to learn about that and get to sign up for such courses to equip themselves with those skills. Personally, I'm interested. I'll definitely see you offline to make inquiries on that. So anyone interested, I believe you'll be able to interact with Daktari here or even interact with the Riara University to check the kind of courses that are offered. And thank you for noting Harvard University. In fact, Harvard University, there's X, Harvard University X. I don't know if it's the same one, because personally, as an IP expert, I've had to participate in a number of courses to equip myself with the skills needed. So there's some courses is mentioned as advocates. We can also walk there, get into that website, see what can be done. For Thomas, when I was reading his profile, I also saw something. So as lawyers, indeed, there's that importance and the need to sharpen our skills so as to adopt to this technology. Now, when it comes to my next question, you've heard that Riara University is getting ready to offer us a skill when it comes to cyber hygiene. And that was the next question I was going to ask is, yes, indeed, we've embraced these emerging technologies in our law firms. We've looked at how law firms look like in the future. So what about these ethical considerations? Are there any threats when it comes to embracing the technologies? And what should we do as lawyers? Because as lawyers, we're in charge of a lot of private information for our clients. So how do we draw a line and create a balance?
Okay, thanks for the question. I mean, a lot of risks come to mind, and the truth is, technological, evolution and what it means for the lawyer still requires us as legal counsel to maintain the same standards of professionalism that, let's say, our bar association, LSK, has always, strived to sustain and to maintain. So several ethical concerns. I could start maybe on the data front. law firms hold a lot of data in relation to their clients, or potentially in relation to their clients' clients, right? That's information you can be having. Like, say you act for a bank which has several customers, and you've got their statements, you've got, you know, lots of data, or even doing some real estate transactions for them, so you know where their borrowers are buying land from, for instance, you know. So, I mean, that kind of data is quite rich and can potentially be misused, you know, for purposes of, say, conducting analytics and so on. Now, it behoves us to protect our clients and just remind ourselves, you know, the oath of office we took, you know, being an officer of the court, you know, the laws that bind us in the country that we practice, all those things still apply whether or not you're leveraging on technology to really grow. So the risks, I mean, apart from cybersecurity, anti-money laundering, you know, the data and privacy issues, you know, those kinds of issues. There's also some issues that touch on children's rights. You understand that there's the online aspect of things, and sometimes you're onboarding a client, you've not asked them for KYC maybe, you know, so are you really perpetuating certain crimes, and maybe are you acting for a company that's perpetrating or perpetuating crimes against children, for instance? You know, so it's important to do, you know, your level of due diligence as usual. Do your conflict checks before you onboard clients, whether it's online or not. Just because a client is based in, say, China or Russia or Canada, doesn't mean that you don't need to do some sort of conflict check. So all the traditional principles and standards of practice are applicable, and need, you know, the only thing that having a virtual law firm or a digitized law firm or legal practice does is that it automates what is already present. That's the only difference. But it doesn't quite take away from, like, the responsibility of lawyers to really be officers of the court and to safeguard the laws that they used to practice.
Thank you for that clarity when it comes to the theme that we are considering, that is embracing the emerging digital technology, and the fact that, of course, we also need to be aware of the ethical considerations and adopt to that. So I'd like us to go to the next question. So we've looked at all those factors. We've looked at how the future law firm looks like. A good thing you came and told us about the skills. We've looked at, okay, yeah, as we equip ourselves with these skills, we need to be aware of these ethical considerations. So does this mean that for these future law firms, having embraced this technology, will there be need of any sort of regulation, or where will that place of regulation stand when it comes to these new emerging law firms, the virtual law firms that have adopted technology? Do we foresee any need of governmental regulation or legal regulation?
I think I'll just start off where the other panelist left. Thomas, he spoke about the ethical standards that we have as advocates and as legal practitioners. And then he also spoke of the fact that some of these technologies just automate what is already in existence. So we are not creating something new. So to that end, my belief is that, you know, we can use existing ethical standards of conduct and regulation of the legal profession, to apply them with the necessary changes, mutatis mutandis, you know, to the circumstances that present themselves. But of course, yes, I know that the Law Society and other bar associations may from time to time review. So, for example, there were standards on social media use, because social media became something big, and there was need to generate certain standards of conduct and ethical standards of conduct on social media use. So I know the Law Society is normally at the forefront to try and see what are these ethical considerations that need to be put in place. Now, having said that, we have new emergent areas that still require regulation. So, for example, policy direction on artificial intelligence, policy direction on crypto, and digital assets, for example, because there are some digital assets may not be, the problem of, for example, of securitizing digital assets. Can you use your digital assets and go and get money from a bank, use it as security, and stuff like that. There are ethical considerations around blockchain technology and all that stuff. So some of those new emergent technologies, lawyers need to be at the forefront to try and check whether there is a legal lacuna, whether there is a gap in regulation, not only for lawyers themselves, but also for the public in general. How do you protect the public? How do you protect minors, as he has said? If a minor is able to access ChatGPT and you don't know what the AI is going to tell the minor, you know, it might expose the minor to some form of exploitation, or might give inappropriate information to the minor. There was, I think, online, there's someone who was testing one of those, is it Bing? The AI for Bing, and it was hitting on him, telling him I'm in love with you and stuff like that. So how do you provide protection to the general public? And so we need not only regulations for the legal profession, but you also would need, and this is where the lawyers come in, and this is where you come in as lawyers interested in tech, to review what are the ramifications of these technological advances, and what does the current law say, and what can we do to ensure that this is a safe space for all Kenyans, or for all those who consume those products. So that is an opportunity and a gap that lies there. And of course, we have regulatory bodies in Kenya that regulate work in the digital space. Communications Authority, you have several others, the ministry, you have several other bodies that regulate the consumption of technology. And so it would be good for the legal profession to also work alongside the government to see how we can properly regulate some of these services and make them safe for use by Kenyans.
Yes, so thank you for that interesting observation when it comes to regulation. And indeed, in fact, you mentioned Communications Authority. They're part of our partners, sponsors, so we appreciate you. And indeed, I'm sure they're taking part of this conversation. So I'd love us to move to the next stage, which is the plenary, and we're ready to take questions. We're taking questions both online and physically. So here physically, do we have any question? Anyone with a question? Okay, so I'll pick the questions being posted online. So online we have a gentleman by the name David Mwangi who is asking, I am interested in the place of an advocate in machine learning and deep learning. How will these affect our practice? And then we have seen the impact of AI already. So I think I could get a comment from both of you in terms of that particular question. We can start with, let's start with Thomas.
Okay, so interesting question on how machine learning and AI will impact practice. There could be both positive and not so positive aspects to it. So the very nature of machine learning is that computers are like programmed or pre-programmed on how to respond to certain scenarios. So they learn based on certain parameters and they convert that into, some rational kind of information. Now, based on the kind of technologies we've talked about, the main issues that come to mind are the fact of lawyers are recognized by the law to be actual human beings, and maybe law firms, maybe I don't know if that's true, you can correct me, Daktari. And those are the only entities that can conduct legal practice. There's elements around whether or not you can share legal fees with a non-legal entity. So let's say you have a machine learning tool that does affidavit and all that stuff for you, and you give a revenue share to the engineer who built it for you. There's some ethical concerns there, sharing profits with an unqualified person. So just those kind of things protect the lawyer's profession, in that only practicing licensed advocates can conduct legal services. So what else comes to mind? There's issues around how you can, I personally believe that AI and that kind of tech ought to be utilized by lawyers to make their work more efficient in favor of the clients. For instance, your client wants this due diligence done like yesterday so that they can invest in a particular entity. You need 2 months to do that because you have to put pupils together, associates, etc., and set up a team, get resources, review several documents, write a report. Now, with the kind of technology that we are seeing out there, you can shorten that period of time and you can offer much better value to clients. Responsiveness also becomes a bit better when you have the kind of robot that responds to you online, not with a view to conducting regulated services, but general questions, for instance. That could be a good starting point, unless the law is amended, whereby you get certification for your machine to be allowed to practice on your behalf under your instruction and supervision. So the opportunities do exist currently, and we'll see them evolving. Regulators and parliament might respond to those opportunities and how they're being used or abused. In certain cases, we've seen this AI chatbots. I've seen so many of them on the iOS app or online. A lot of them are offering inaccurate information. You ask it, for instance, when is Bill Clinton's birthday, and they give you an answer that's factually incorrect. So AI, being a man-made innovation, can make mistakes. It can be misprogrammed and can provide inaccurate information. So where the lawyer comes in is that you have your reasoning, you have your training, you have your ability to give tailored advice to your client. And I'll just be honest, I personally hold the view that I don't think AI and machine learning will replace the lawyer anytime soon. And it's for various reasons. The chatbot can't visit you in jail, for instance. They can't be personal and understand your circumstances and negotiate fees on the basis of a relationship that's been existing. There's a very, very subjective approach to a legal counsel who's like a human being and is more likely to give you much more relevant advice. So my take is that this kind of technology ought to be used to supplement and really complementary to legal practice as opposed to replacing it outrightly.
Be the devil's advocate in terms of that last statement. It might be controversial in terms of it can be argued either way. So I don't know, do you think, because I've interacted with so many people and they've noted that indeed there are those fears that AI, machine learning can replace the role of the lawyer. Right now we have things like Chat GPT, which by a click of a button, you can get work done. And there's something you alluded to in terms of software which can do work that would require, was it 6 days or something, 6 hours? I don't know what you said, but they can do it in such a limited time. So with those in mind, do you think the lawyer is at risk in terms of the future and technology?
Okay, I mean, like you said, there's many arguments for and against, but the truth is certain components of legal practice may be replaced, but the role of the lawyer in society, I don't think that's a replaceable thing. Lawyers are first and foremost advocates of fairness, justice, equity, etc., and all the maxims of law. I don't think robots understand that. So yes, several aspects of legal practice can be automated. What would previously require a clerk or an associate to do may no longer require a human being to do, but the responsibility and accountability cannot be assigned to a machine at this stage, as at now, not at least in the foreseeable future. With regard to specifically addressing the issue of technology replacing lawyers' jobs, I think it's incumbent upon every lawyer to respond to the technology age by evolving and really embedding technology into your practice. If not for anything, just for purposes of understanding all the clients who are moving to the tech space, to the online world, and so on. And one of the examples I can give on how lawyers are evolving to respond to how certain usual bread and butter kind of aspects of law are being taken away is, there's as many practice areas as there are businesses, as there are people, and so on and so forth. If your clients are moving online, move online. When it comes to policy kind of creation, it does take the human aspect of things to come up with a policy. All the policy issues that are arising from technology are opportunities for lawyers. Many potential or risks of, say, disputes arising from e-commerce. That's a new space that lawyers need to get into. Lots of risks where clients might be doing class action lawsuits in relation to, say, an app that has 8 million downloads and has abused your data or your privacy and so on. A class action suit can arise from that. And a lawyer who's evolving will want to understand how the app works in order to represent those people. And that's a new practice area. There's cases before the Consumer Protection Authority, Data Protection Commission, et cetera, many other forums that are coming in to really resolve disputes that are of an online nature. And of course, in the commercial transaction space, there's even opportunities I've had where there are lawyers who have engineering backgrounds of supplementary skills, where you're a legal engineer. Have you heard of such a thing? There's such a thing as a legal engineer. It's an actual role or business area that you, as a legal engineer, can be the one to automate law firms or automate legal departments. That's a whole new business stream that arises as an opportunity in the evolving world of tech. So, certain practice areas may kind of get outdated in a sense, but with the death of those practice areas comes many opportunities to evolve into a whole new world of legal practice.
Sorry, okay, thank you for that. I think for Daktari, we could have your comment on the question that had been asked earlier. Unless we have any other question in the room, I do not see any hand up. There's also the aspect of, on my part, I've tried to walk through that chat GPT, and sometimes, of course, it's making work easier in terms of if you're doing research or you need something at such a short time, you're able to get it there really quickly. So I don't know, what's your view in terms of plagiarism? Does it have any implication on that, or how would that work? As you give your comment on the previous question.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, on the technology and the legal profession, I think the previous question, I think that machine learning and AI, as Thomas has mentioned, they are simply just tools to be used by lawyers to provide value to their clients and to be more efficient. And so I also hold the view that the legal profession is not going to be rendered obsolete or redundant anytime soon. It is just that some of those processes will need to be revised. All right. I know that, for example, a while back, there were people who were running law firms whose core business was purely incorporation of companies. So they used to, if you incorporate 100 companies in a month, and then to incorporate a company was going for about 60,000 bob. So you'd guess the figures, the kind of money you would make. But then came BRS, so that you can now, anyone can incorporate a company. You don't need to be an advocate to incorporate a company, unless you want a specific tailor-made sort of company and draft the memo and articles. And so that area of work, there's a client who came to my office wanted to incorporate a company. I told them, look, go to BRS and do 1, 2, 3, then you will have your company. You know, because it is not good use of your lawyer brain to do some things. Some things are better done by the clients themselves, in my view. So with automation of the technology, they are just tools that are used to make work more efficient and effective and to provide value to the client. But of course now, as lawyers, we would need to figure out what are these areas of law, of practice, that that yes, even if automated, still need the human element. You know, so for example, even if you run something through ChatGPT, you will still need to look at it as a lawyer and figure out, is this thing factually correct or not? And of course, there are also those who have those AI systems. The AI systems are mining data. They become better as you submit questions and information to them. So the question of, what if I give client information to this system, to this AI, and then the AI uses that system to generate responses? You know, have I breached advocate-client confidentiality by giving client information to an AI system? That's a whole other conversation that we can have. But my view is that technology is a tool to be used for the enhancement of humanity. Yes, some jobs will go and some jobs are going, but many more jobs are being created. The legal engineer is already created, and there are many, many others that are being created and that will be created. In the next 10 years, the legal profession and the use of technology, the face of technology in the next 10 years will be so different from what we see now.
Thank you for that. I think we do not have any other comments or questions online other than one from Victor Wesonga, who is noting that tech is the only solution to our many challenges as a profession. I think we are in agreement with that. I don't think we'd oppose that particular observation. So I'd like to maybe go to the final part in terms of the discussions that we've had. The theme being embracing digital technologies and looking at the future lawyer in the future law firm in these future times that we're living in. So what would be your parting shot in terms of, in the Kenyan context, how does the legal profession look like in Kenya? And what would be your parting shot in relation to the discussions we've had today? That question is both for Daktari and Thomas, as just summary of everything.
Okay, since I hold the mic, let me just go first. All right, thank you so much. My parting shot is, one, I'm a teacher, so I need to, as people engaged in legal education, we need to start thinking 21st century in terms of how we teach law. So we need to figure out how we teach law to empower the young advocates as they come out to be able to meet the challenges of the 21st century. That is one. And then what we teach, we need to ensure that as graduates come out of law school or KSL or whichever other institutions, they have the necessary legal skills, not necessarily not necessarily the skills that are relevant currently, because tech evolves so quickly, but enabling them to be versatile, to adapt. So ensuring that they have the skills to adapt to a changing technological environment. So if we check what we teach and how we teach to ensure that those who come out of the law schools are able to adapt, then we would have gone half the distance. But now for the other side of us who are already qualified as advocates, what do we need to do? We need to upskill, or else we'll be rendered irrelevant. We need to make sure that we get the necessary digital skills, the necessary soft skills, the necessary cognitive skills that enable us to work in the digital framework. And then lastly, we should not leave other people behind. I know that the conversation on tech is mostly happening in Nairobi and the urban centers, but what about those people in the rural areas who, the other day, sorry, it's a story. The other day, I was visiting my daughter in school and she was coming home from on half time. Then she told me that, whoa, there's someone in our school who's never seen a laptop. And this is the 21st century. There is someone somewhere who's never owned, seen, or touched a laptop. And so we need to ensure that even as we talk about tech and the 21st century, we also do not leave behind those who may not be privileged enough to be to access the kind of facilities that we access. So we ensure that we also empower those who are in the rural areas to be able to access justice in the same manner as those of us who are able to access it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. I mean, it's been an honor speaking next to you. I went to Strathmore and Mount Kenya University, but now I'm starting to be drawn to Riara University. So, parting shot is a difficult one, but I'll try. There's, based on the theme of the evolving role of the lawyer in the tech revolution, I think there's much more opportunities than there are, barriers to the next, revolution. Plenty of risks come with, the transition into the tech age. Those risks are always opportunities. If you look at what used to be the top 10 richest companies in the world 20, 30 years ago, that used to be oil and gas companies. It used to be Mercedes-Benz, and many, many, many guys who came from the industrial and agrarian revolution. Currently, look at the list again. It's tech companies, almost top 50, with a few oil and gas companies here and there. Those tech companies, their net worth is like nothing we've ever seen before. All those tech companies need representation. So don't be misguided. The tech age has its opportunities. And right now, there's probably much, much more opportunities in tech than there were in the brick and mortar kind of world. People really interfacing with customers from abroad and so on. The same applies. They all need representation. The same kind of merchant doing an Instagram official page where they sell their goods and so on. they're going to have a dispute with the customer where the goods are not of merchantable quality. Yeah, you've learned that in school. They will need your legal services. You'll want to appear before an administrative tribunal or court of law with a human interface, not a robot, because it goes back to the same principles we are saying, justice and fairness, the rules of equity. ChatGTP might not be able to achieve that in the foreseeable future. So the opportunities are vast and wide. The risk to the lawyer arises where you fail to evolve, where you ignore the idea of evolution and say want to stick to the doing of CR12s, the scribbling of statutory declarations. Those practice areas might be phased out slowly, but new practice areas are coming up. I believe they're probably more lucrative because of the globalization aspect of technology. You can have a client from wherever you want. So if this economy is not doing very well, look for another economy to practice your law in. And there's no limit to what you can achieve as a lawyer if you embrace technology. I got seriously into the tech space as a lawyer in 2018 when I moved to Safaricom. And I'd never come across some of the things I was seeing there. And I'd been in a law firm for 10 years. You can imagine I'd come across all sorts of briefs and transactions, but I moved to a tech company and there were completely new issues, agreements, that I had to come up with. There's the boring aspect that people don't like, terms and conditions. I did all those, hosting agreements, etc., etc. There's no limit to what you can achieve if you embrace technology. That's my parting shot.
Yes, so thank you for those concluding remarks in terms of the role of the evolving lawyer in the tech space, and we appreciate all those. You might be shocked that, yes, you're talking about your experience in the law firm and the transition to the tech company, Safaricom. Personally, I didn't even know the app you're talking about for Safaricom and lawyers existed in terms of the payment. I've heard about that today, so I'm sure when it comes to all these matters, it's just a matter of learning. There's so much space out there to learn. So on my end, and my parting comments would be to just call upon advocates, especially those who are keen to tapping into technology and its practice. Let's adapt. We've heard about the skills that would be required. Let's go out there, sharpen our skills, and just get ready in terms of also being able to perform and do our duty within the changing times. Should we have those virtual law firms, we should also be well equipped as advocates. For those skills needed, once we do the learning, once we sharpen them, I believe we'll be able to also give a better practice when it comes to technology. There's no doubt, there's no shadow of a doubt that with the legal engineering you're talking about, as advocates, we also need to start thinking in different ways. Start thinking of, okay, this is how the future looks like, so to adapt to this future, I also need to, prepare in certain ways, get these skills. So I'd call upon us as advocates, let's look into that. Currently, we're heading to the future. Technology is here with us. It's here to stay. So that is a challenge to all of us to do something and to be prepared for what the future holds. So I'd like to thank the panelists we've had this afternoon. Thank you, Sana Daktari, Dr. Lando from Riara University. Thank you so much, Thomas Abira from Visa Kenya. Yeah, so thank you so much for creating time to come and talk to us. I'd like to thank our audience who have been with us, very keen, following up on the discussions we've had. We thank you so much. We thank you, our online people who've been following up. asking questions on live and interacting with us. We really, really appreciate you. So as we close up the afternoon session, I'd like to remind us that this Legal Tech and Innovation Week, it started yesterday where we had the virtual event as a result of the Maandamano Monday. Today and tomorrow we shall have a physical event. Unfortunately, on Thursday, we might not be able to have a physical session. So let's maximize on tomorrow. Tomorrow we still have a series of workshops that are lined up. Maybe to just give us a sneak peek into what to expect tomorrow, we shall be looking into topics dealing with the blockchain. We know blockchain has been termed as a disruptive technology, but let's meet tomorrow and demystify that particular statement. We shall be looking at things to do with cryptocurrencies, the use of cryptocurrencies in business. As lawyers, do we have any law firms that accept payments with cryptocurrency? Indeed, it's interesting. We shall be looking at some of the emerging digital technologies and how we can embrace these in practice. And then, as we speak, we have some ongoing pitching competition. As you are aware, in this Innovation Week, we have exhibitions that have been ongoing in terms of tech solutions that make our practice easier. So we shall be having some pitching sessions tomorrow afternoon so that by the end of the day, when we are doing the closing ceremony, we shall have a winner in terms of the most valued or the most efficient technology that has had an impact when it comes to legal practice here in Kenya. So we invite you to please come physically tomorrow at Milimani Lokut. Make time to visit the exhibition booths. Make time to come attend our sessions. We are having amazing trainings that are virtual as we still proceed with this workshop. Our partner, Wild International, is with us, so make a point of also visiting our social media platform, visit the online page so that you can interact with this particular trainer. So I'd also like to just quickly acknowledge some of the sponsors of this event and appreciate them. So the sponsors of this Legal Tech and Innovation Week, who we thank, Communications Authority. On my very right, you can see their banner. We thank you so much for partnering with us and sponsoring this event. We thank Kingdom Bank for also sponsoring us and ensuring that we are able to execute this event. We have Gikera Vadgama Advocates, there's Infinite Solutions. Infinite Solutions presented some software for lawyers that makes law firm management easy. So let's also interact with them at the tent. There's Boya Limited, there's Strathmore University, Riara University. The dean is with us today. Thank you so much for your time. There's Businesscom, again, they're out there with us, so make a point of also visiting them at the tent. So thank you so very much, and we look forward to meeting you tomorrow. Same time, we'll start the session at 9 a.m. Let's meet, interact, and get to share knowledge and ideas and appreciate the fact that we need to embrace these emerging digital technologies. So thank you so much to our panelists, and yes, I'd love to release you. You're free. Asanteni sana.